Okay, we're gonna call the July 2024 meeting to order. This is the AG Supplemental Funding Model Committee, Ad hoc Committee. And this meeting is being live streamed and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. And the other, please turn off all cell phones. At this time, I'm going to ask Margo Minkler for a roll call.
Good morning. I'm going to do a roll call for committee members. Committee Chair David Hoyle.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Committee Member Wes Cedars.
Here.
Committee Member Tommy Fumble.
Here.
Committee Member Brad Standback.
Here.
Committee Member Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Ex officio members Monty Crump.
Here.
Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a forum.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all the other commissioners. We're about to have a full house in here this morning. I really appreciate y'all coming to this meeting. For sure it doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the day. I appreciate that.
They, right quick, I just want to talk about these mics. There's no longer a new mute button. So it's going to be recording everything you say. So just be careful. These microphones up here, is that correct?
Yes.
Everything all, so they're, you know, the whole time, just mindful of what you say, said what you did.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'm going to call on Amy Moan to get us started.
That's fine with me too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So today we have an. Is that a little better? Okay. And I'd like to thank the staff team here as well. Many heads were put together to look at some of these options. When the committee last met in December, we reviewed the charge, which is to look at different supplemental funding options for the agency based on uses of commission property, and then at the same time try to recruit more constituents into our conservation mission. And we have a couple of options that we think will meet those criteria. The funding options that the committee asked us to look into last December were these 5. And we did look at all of these and would like to push forward 2 for your consideration today: the non-motorized vessel permits and also a conservation pass and membership. The other 3 options, motorized vessel registration changes, a partnership with state parks, and some guide license changes, we think also remain good options, but timing might be favorable to pursue them in the future. And we can talk about that after the presentation if there are questions. And just a brief note about the process. We started with about 20 options to look at and tried to winnow that down to see what would be the highest priority and have the best impacts for us. And some things that we looked at, we relied quite a bit on the experiences of other state agencies when doing this assessment. It was very instructive for us to hear what other states had been doing in terms of their non-motorized vessels and also their game lands and wildlife management area access permits. We looked at some national trends in wildlife recreation in these areas, looked at different product options that we could offer. We tried to build out some user estimates, revenue projections, and cost projections, and looked at logistics, fulfillment, and enforcement and safety considerations. So we tried to look at these issues from multiple different angles. So let's start with our first proposal, which is to implement permits for non-motorized vessels. And just a note that this would require a legislative change. So what would this permit be? The customer purchases an annual permit and then receives a set of decals to put on their non-motorized vessel. These would be kayaks, canoes, john boats, paddle boards, anything self-powered. This would be required if that vessel is on state waters, similar to our motorized vessels. And it's different from the vessel registration that we currently offer. You know, right now we have an annual motorized vessel registration that costs $30 for any vessel under 26 feet in length. We would like to offer a permit that's a little bit different because that would allow us to offer a lower price point to the customer. We think something closer to $15 would be more appropriate for a kayak or a canoe. Vessel registration is also regulated by the U.S. Coast Guard and has very specific requirements for what needs to be included. If we had a permit, WRC would have more flexibility into that process in determining what information we want to collect. And that's something that could be a little bit easier and more streamlined for the customer as well. And why are we thinking about this permit? We have found that paddle sports are growing in popularity, especially over the last 10 years. And that's leading to increased demand for services that benefit paddlers, more demand for kayak launches, non-motorized vessel access, and the costs are also rising for building and maintaining vessels. The available funds for these are also decreasing. So to meet that demand, it would be very beneficial to have another revenue source, especially for that non-motorized vessel access. Unfortunately, safety incidents involving non-motorized vessels are also increasing, which can be expected if more of those vessels are on the water. And so we would like this permit to help support these resources for non-motorized vessel access and public safety for our paddlers. And what would be some of the benefits of this permit? We estimated about 100,000 non-motorized vessels to sell permits for. And at $15, that would give us about $1.5 million per year. This estimate comes from some national surveying, the National Recreational Boating Safety Survey, and also looking at how many permits other states are selling who have comparable numbers of motorized vessels. I think this might be a conservative estimate. I think that number would increase over time. But it might take us a couple years to build up to those numbers in terms of public education, making sure everyone is informed. Since this would be a permit and not a registration, we would have the ability to increase that price by the consumer price index like we just did for our licenses and other permits. And these would be unrestricted revenues to support agency functions. That's also different from a vessel registration because vessel registration funds have to go into a boating account per statute and only be used for certain boating related activities. But if we go with a permit option, those would be unrestricted and could be used for other things as well. And we have some great options for the public benefit for how these funds could be used. Kayak launches, of course, boating enforcement and safety. There are lots of partnership opportunities to promote water trails and improve that access, and also developing our wildlife associated programming for paddlers. And we have a great kayak fishing curriculum. There's lots of opportunities for paddling and wildlife viewing. So there's lots of convergence there. And thinking about how we might go about this, it was a very strong recommendation from many of the other states that we talked to prioritize early stakeholder engagement and partnership development, and to really bring in as many partners as we possibly can. We talked to some folks who had tried to get measures passed for kayak permits or non-motorized vessels, and they were not successful. And one of their lessons learned was to really bring in partners early in the process if we can. So that could be state and local governments, municipalities, the different paddling associations that are out there, and other organizations. And along with that, we would like to develop clear, consistent messaging to different stakeholder groups to really be able to communicate clearly and strongly the need for this and what that public benefit is. So our second proposal is a conservation pass and conservation membership. This has two parts. The pass would be something required for unlicensed individuals to access and use WRC game lands and ranges. So this would be just for individuals, not for commercial businesses. And it would be for certain game lands and ranges if people do not already have another license, like a hunting, fishing, or trapping license. The second part of this is a conservation membership, which is a donation pathway or a donation opportunity to support conservation. And I will talk about each of these in turn. The conservation pass can be accomplished through rulemaking, just to state that up front. We might suggest a price of $35 annually, which is just a little bit higher than our resident hunting and fishing license, which is now priced at $30. That might encourage some people who want to get on our game lands or use the ranges to buy a fishing license, which is beneficial to us. But we do want to have that option of the conservation pass available for people who might not be interested in one of our more traditional products. The pass would not be needed if they already have one of our licenses, because access to our properties, including parking, is already included as one of those license privileges, so they wouldn't need to buy anything extra. And this also would not be needed at boating access areas or public fishing areas, because we already have rules in place that regulate the activity that takes place in those areas. If you're at a boating access area, you're supposed to be boating. If you're at a public fishing area, you're supposed to be fishing with a fishing license. So I don't think we want to say you can do whatever you want at those areas if you have a conservation pass. We want to promote those specific activities in those designated areas. There is a caveat here that the pass could not be required on some of our partner-owned properties that WRC manages. So we manage game lands owned by a variety of partners. The Forest Service is a big one, and we would not be able to require the pass on those properties. However, there are some partners who might be willing to discuss this. And some potential benefits of the conservation pass. We projected about $850,000 of revenue. And again, this would take some years to build up. This was based on projections from shooting range visitation data, and also our our North Carolina Outdoor Recreation Survey done by our social science team that looked at the number of wildlife viewers who visit our game lands. So this one is a little bit, when you look at other states' experiences, they have sold far fewer than they originally estimated. So it's possible that this might be a little bit high, but it's difficult to say because it's also very difficult to get clear visitation estimates at our game lands. These would also be unrestricted revenues, and they could support a variety of things: habitat conservation, land management, programs for species of greatest conservation need, and then other wildlife interests of our constituents. And we also think the implementation costs would be minimal. We're already set up with our Go Outdoors platform to be able to offer this product fairly easily. The conservation membership is something that could go along with this. And this is a donation pathway, or a way for people to support the WRC and conservation without necessarily buying one of our licenses. This is something that the agency can just do. No rulemaking is required, no legislative change is required. And we propose to offer different membership levels at different price points. I'm sure everyone has seen different sponsorship opportunities where you can sponsor an organization at certain levels of donation. And that would come with different incentives, things that engage and educate our conservation members. One suggested starting price for this would be about $40 and up. And the reason for that is we would like to offer the conservation pass as an incentive. So if you buy this membership, you get a conservation pass, and other things could be included: stickers, a digital magazine subscription. There are lots of different fun incentive options that could go along with these different membership levels. And some projected benefits of the membership. Based on other states' experiences, we might expect about $100,000 annually, but it would take some years to build this up. Again, these would be unrestricted revenues that could support our habitat conservation and different species conservation programs. And we also think, other than some additional costs for fulfillment, the implementation costs for this would be pretty minimal. And The pass and the membership might not be huge revenue generators, especially right at the beginning, but we do think there are some non-monetary benefits that would make these worth doing. And one is it promotes that user pays, user benefits model that supports our conservation activities. And this way, everybody who's recreating on our game lands, no matter what they're doing, is contributing to the maintenance of those game lands and those wildlife habitats. We would also get to learn about a wider range of property users and activities. We have anecdotal evidence of who these folks are, what they enjoy doing on the game lands, but this would allow us more contact and allow us to extend more effective outreach to some of our non-traditional users. And thereby engaging more people in the WRC's mission, which is ultimately what we want. So looking at both of these options, we have a timeline here for a potential rollout date for these of January 1st, 2026. And for the non-motorized vessel permits, we would want to start very quickly with that partnership development and stakeholder engagement, even before initial outreach to individual legislators, because we want to go to the table with some partners on board and not taking our constituent groups by surprise here. So we would want to do a lot of that work in fall of 2024 with some implementation steps in 2025 during that long session. For the conservation pass and membership, we can start these processes in the spring of next year with our rulemaking process and additional agency preparations in the fall. So these are the current staff recommendations, and we would suggest some additional assessment of the other options for future consideration. And what questions do you have?
Questions? Very nice presentation. I think a lot of those are great ideas. I think if we're going to go ask for go to the legislature, you might want to incorporate that a lot of our other licenses that are underfunded, like out of state bear, other licenses that we can't keep up with CPI. So, you might want to just all in one shot. Okay, we're adding on you're going to start, charging people for these paddle boards. Let's also fix up and true up the rest of our licenses. First, that'd be first. Secondly, we have close to 100 different licenses, right? It might be time to look to clean those up because it's also very difficult, very confusing. Might be another good time to look at that and clean up up to our 100 licenses. Thirdly, if they set the price at $35, we would only have the right to increase it for CPI. If somebody pays, $35, 3% of that's like $35, and what? I don't know, 90 cents or 55 cents. That's a little more confusing. Also, you might want to have the legislature look to round it up to the nearest dollar, so we can kind of get ahead of CPI. Also, I know we have that right with our licenses right now, right, to round up to the nearest dollar. I would ask you to incorporate that with these paddleboard licenses as well. And that's just that. All that's for the first proposal. I'll get to the second proposal.
Yeah, which type of bid was it for again? Paddle boards, is that included?
Canoes, kayaks, rowboats.
Yeah, or it's a life jacket required on a paddle board.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Right.
Yeah, I assume this applies to water as well for the permits.
Yes, I believe so.
And the other question, that there are kayakers that have half a dozen kayaks and they use specific ones for specific water. They would need a permit for each one. Is there any way to get a group, like one person that has multiple kayaks, to have a discount if they were buying several? Is that something that's come up at all?
We have options for, liveries and businesses that have many vessels, some kind of package. We did look at the option of having a pass for paddling, but prefer the decal for the vessel itself. But that's something that we could look into as.
Brad, I would say about that, so one guy may own six, but that doesn't mean he's not gonna take 5 friends with him and have all 6 of them on the water at the same time. So my personal opinion, he needs a sticker. If he can afford 6 of them, surely God, he can afford a sticker from them.
Yeah, I've got neighbors that have 6 or 8
Yeah.
kayaks in their yard and they probably use them with friends and they've probably got a couple that are old and they're never gonna permit or use, so.
That'd be my only, if one guy claimed, I'm only using one at a time. You never take.
Yeah, I think each one needs a sticker, but
Yeah,
if they're getting 3 or more stickers.
Get discounted.
So this is a sticker that goes on the back as opposed to a pass he keeps in his pocket.
Yes.
Well, then he needs to have 6 of them. I mean, one for each vessel. So tell me about conservation pass enforcement. We'll be checking game plans, asking people to see their pass or their license.
That we will, Tommy, just like we do when we engage with folks and they're in a regulated activity right now, like hunting, fishing on our game lands or boating. And we exchange communication with them and ask for their licensing for their use there. This will expand to, if they're on our game lands, we'll also be engaging them and asking for their conservation access.
Same way with the paddle boat.
Same way. Yeah,
With,
we need some more officers.
Some of y'all heard me talk about it before. We got called over to the legislature, I don't know, 15 years ago, 18 years ago. When we were talking about doing something like this, and it was just kind of a rumor. I mean, we never got serious about it. Well, when we got over there, and it was like, I don't know, it was the Orange County Paddlers Association. There was like several of those organizations that were there, with several legislators, both House and Senate members. And they wanted to know why we weren't going ahead and accommodating them on our boat ramp now. And, we explained to them that, hey, look, that is revenue that is generated by the motorized vessels. And that's what funds that area and that kind of stuff. But however, if they would like to participate in that, and I think we even quoted a number like for a $5 sticker, we'd be happy to accommodate them and all that kind of stuff. Well, you thought we put somebody's grandmama down the steps. I mean, they would freak completely out, like, oh no, we're not paying for anything. So, and I'm gonna go back to her comment about we need to make sure that we communicate this and all that, and we get the right information out and why we're doing it and all that kind of stuff early on in this process. Because if the rumor mill gets started, oh Lord knows, I mean, it'll be a huge uproar. So just a heads up on, we need to be very conscientious and smart about how we roll this out.
So that's just to confirm the push to do this is the push we're receiving from the legislature to be self-sufficient, and the fact that their funding to us has been on decline. Is that not correct? So it seems like the other part is every legislator is aware of that. Is I
To answer that question, I was over the General Assembly and we were over the General Assembly talking about what you just brought up is a very good point. They brought up to us, why are you not doing canoes and kayaks or registration? You're leaving money on the table, they're using our ramp. They're getting complaints too from folks who have motorized vessels that are buying licenses or having to wait at the boat ramp or not be able to get in the boat ramp. So they brought that up numerous times. Ken, you heard it from members of the legislature about some other opportunities for user groups here are currently not paying to participate in providing those facilities. Yes, we have heard that. But to Wes's point, whether that is sufficient enough to get through, that's why we wanted to have this done in the fall. So we've got plenty of time to get ready to do the communications and be ready when we get to the General Assembly in January. So that's a very good question.
And the thought before I lose my thought. The weather there, I'm glad he's smiling at me. think he knows where I'm going with it. We need to be very strategic in who we approach legislatively to run this bill for us, to put their name on this bill. Because they all shake their head like, oh yeah, man, this is, until about 10 of them newer guys call them, and then they're all of a sudden going, oh, this is a terrible idea. So we need to get the right people, and I don't know who that is, and the more we can get to agree to sign on to this bill, if this is the route we decide to go, the better off. So brainstorm on that action of who the right guys in the House and Senate are to approach, get them on board with this, and as many as we can get, the better chance of getting it through the end of the day. My second thought, Brad, I'm assuming this is for you, and I know you're not gonna have this answer, but this would be something I think we can all benefit from. At most of our ranks, how many of those locations have any additional acreage to expand parking, to expand? I think that'd be really good for us to know, because I think that's got to be a little bit of our sales pitch to the legislature and the public, is this is going to benefit, whether it's additional parking, a separate launch area, whatever the case may be. We're not going to take this money and spend it on bear hunting in Western North Carolina. And so it'd be really, I'm assuming we got some ramps that we're maxed out. So that's inch ground to go. But is there some land there we might approach somebody that we've never approached before, whatever the case may be? So y'all may have already done that.
I don't think we've done an analysis, but you're right, where there's opportunity to expand, this funding would help us look at that, and just combine it to do work we're already doing. And use that funds elsewhere. So with these users already getting a benefit, not paying in the system, this would help with that. Right.
That's a slippery slope. I mean, I don't want to promise some excess revenue. I mean, we're generating this revenue to make up for what we've already lost, what they haven't even given us, what we've been having to pay for ourselves. I'm not trying to throw cold water on it, improve inability, but I don't want to get it approved on the basis of how we're going to use this money to make.
100%, Tom, and that, we kind of discussed that earlier, that we didn't want this restricted to where it had to go toward X, Y, or Z. But at the end of the day, to get it through, we got to probably be willing to allocate some of it to get everybody. I mean, canoers and kayakers, the only way those groups are gonna get on board is if they think it's gonna benefit them at the end of the day through some parking. And I will just tell you, anybody can speak up on this one, because I'm getting more phone calls than I've ever got about parking at some of our ramps, and it's not boaters, it's the one car, not pulling a trailer, not putting in a boat. 10 different people are meeting somebody there with a pontoon boat, so they're taking up 11 parking places to get on one pontoon boat. And then a guy comes in with a boat, and he got nowhere to park. So, those are things we've got to figure out.
I just had a question on your presentation. You'd mentioned to analyze this, you had looked at other states or whatnot. Do you think, I'm just curious, are we behind in issuing these permits? Do a lot of other states have these permits? Where do we kind of stand with our neighboring states?
It is a lot of other states, but those states have had those permits in effect for a while. So it's kind of a standing precedent.
So a lot of them already have them, or not many have these type of permits?
I would say it's fewer than 20.
They have the permits.
Both are really good funding models. And it's a very good presentation also. Is there, and I understand that people that get conservation pass are people that don't have a hunting and fishing license because they don't want to hunt and fish. They're using resource. Is there any way to give them like fishing privilege so that we can get the federal matching sport fishing funds? Because then that would double that money. Is there a clever way of doing that?
That's why we structured the fee above the fishing.
To encourage people to get.
So they can buy a ticket. Yeah.
I saw that and I agree with that. It was, but that's not gonna, I don't think the benefit of that would be as much as getting everybody in on the conservation license. So is there a way to do that where you have like a conservation license, fishing privileges? Cause how much do we get? How many dollars do we get for each fishing license that's sold? Anybody? Didn't mean to ask the apologists. I need to ask financial people that.
It's kind of hard to say because of the way the allocation.
Right, but it doubles money at least.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly, but it's all in relation to how many other states have,
Yeah,
have
yeah.
participants.
Yeah,
So, I
last
mean,
time I looked at the formula, that way it was applied, in North Carolina, it was more than double, so you're 1.5 million. There's a way to, I know it's not an easy thing to do, but there's a way you could do that.
On that topic with enforcement, when somebody's there with binoculars, bird watching, and then, well, here's my fishing license. You say, well, you don't have a rod, or you got a ticket, I mean. no,
Just as long as they had their license by the Wildlife Resource Commission, they're good to go.
That gives you that privileges that a conservation.
States around us, Virginia, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, all of them have the paddling thing permit.
Our immediate neighbors do not have permits.
South Carolina and Virginia do not. And your number of 95,000 vessels. Did we just pull it out of there? Where'd it come from?
Looking at estimates of how many paddle national recreational boating safety survey done by the Coast Guard. But then when we compare their estimates to what other states are actually registering and permitting, some of those numbers came down. So we dropped that estimate down a little bit to account for, we're probably not going to immediately sell a permit to every vessel that's in this estimate.
Just a quick comment about it may be that conservation or past users may be on the property more than someone who's hunting or fishing. They may go out every weekend to go for a hike, bird watching, whatever. So the parking and interactions with enforcement may be a lot more intensive for those users than for the hunter and fisher.
Brad, to your point, if you all will remember when we were looking at Sunday hunting and we took a look at all of our game land before we made the final decision on Sunday hunting, we did some numbers. We already have multiple game lands where non-licensed users are out using or not using our game lands more than folks who are buying license.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that prompted where we're at today. We saw those numbers, saw the number of people that are using game lands that are not participating in the upgrade. That was the very issue that drove us to putting this in place to have this discussion, is to try to capture those opportunities in funding other than just the hunters and fishermen. The folks are paying, game. But there's a significant difference there. Some of our.
Just to Brad's point, my wife rides horses on game lands on a weekly basis. And she said she would gladly pay a fee because it's so, she likes it so much. It's such a value to her. Now she's an anti-hunter. So she wouldn't like hunting attached to that, but she'd be okay with fishing.
Are you gonna put a sticker on the horse? Or your wife?
She just have lots. I'm sure.
I've also seen, and some of this may be nonprofit groups and other people just leading nature hikes on our game lands. And if they're collecting a fee for that, then that would be a commercial use. But if it's a nonprofit organization just doing it for, taking members out on a nature hike, everyone on that hike would have to have the pass. So.
Any other question?
I just think this is overdue and this is a great idea. And, there's gonna be issues that pop up, we'll work through them. I'd like to know if I can buy a 3-year pass for, paddleboard. Are you gonna be able to buy multiple years, or is it just you gonna keep hitting me every year?
Starting with annual.
Okay.
Purchasing per calendar.
Just if you offer it like you do on other vessels, like at multiple years.
I think, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, that we're talking about going to vessels down to a single year, not a 3 year. Is that correct?
The new licensing system offers for you to be recurring auto renew. So now that we've got that feature available to the public to auto renew,
That answers, yeah, that.
You don't have to get another, your sticker would be good.
Yeah, I just go auto. Yeah, then I'm good till I cancel. Yeah, okay.
Where do you put it? Okay.
One thing, you know, it says in here, use of revenues, unrestricted revenues support agency function. I got no clue what that means. But I think to David's point, offering up some sort of, more benefits to the process, that would be beneficial. So anyway, I think it's overdue. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, bro.
Well, I mean, by the way, very good presentation. I think that the use with all the toys that are out there now has definitely increased on facilities, there's no question. And thereby you can infer that the expenses have increased as well of keeping them. And then the parking issue, which is a big one, we're having real hunting and fishing licensed people not able to get in there to use the facilities to the degree we want them to use, so it's kind of hurting them. So I get all of that and the need for some sort of revenue, but in that same vein, I would like to know that revenue, or at least a portion thereof, is going to upgrade those facilities to accommodate our hunting and licensed fishermen, and not just going into the general fund and saying, we may or may not do this. I think we need to designate a portion, if not all, but at least a portion of these funds, if we do this, to go in to keep those port trails up, keeping the parking lots up, so that our users that are buying hunting and fishing license still feel like it's easy to do. Being easy to buy from is the first rule of sales. And so we need to be easy for our users to use our facilities. That's the first point. The second thing, and these numbers that we quoted, the 1.5, the 0.84, and the $0.1 million, are those net or those gross revenues? And where I'm going with that is this sounds like a lot of work to me, even with auto renew and all that. Somebody, there is gonna have to be a person having to look at this, I'm assuming. Are we gonna have to hire somebody else, or is this all in? So we are hiring staff for this?
so we don't have any plans to hire any staff. As we transition over to our third party license, they're doing work that we were doing here in-house. So fulfillment is still occurring in many of those aspects here in the house, and we've got some options that will become available, more options for our staff to do fulfilling with this as a brand, and our third party license vendor continues to transition over. So no, we're not accounting for any additional staff.
So are these revenues net then, or they are net? They're gross. So
15,100.
right. So I mean, but are there expenses of any significance? Obviously, this 100,000 stickers is going to cost something, but probably negligible. Are there other expenses that, I mean, have we looked at the expense side of this at all?
For the non-motorized vessel permits, we calculated about 164,000 for 100,000. So it's about 11%.
Yeah, so we're getting 1.5 million and paying over 100, so that's a pretty good return. And I'll just say this, on the surface, and when I first heard about it, it seems kind of nitpicky to me on the surface, and then when you dig down into it and really think it through, it makes a lot of sense. But I think initially, if we don't do a good job of explaining why we need to do this, we're going to get thrown back in our face. And one of the things, in addition to knowing that these funds are going to go to help keep these facilities up and improve them as needed for more use, I think another thing that we might want to consider is explaining what the additional costs are and knowing what those are as a result of these users, whether we have the permits or not, because I think they're real. And I don't know, I haven't heard anybody say they dug into that yet, but if we can explain that these are real costs, we are incurring these now, that we weren't incurring them nearly to this magnitude prior to paddle boards and kayaks and all that becoming so popular. then I think that would help our patient. Help explain it. So I'm a big believer in facts when you're in an argument or discussion, I should say, folks. And if you have your facts, it's hard to dispute that. And so I would suggest that we look into what the actual expenses are associated with this usage, and parking is a big one, guys. And I think we need to factor in additional purchases of land into that calculation, because you're gonna have to do that. We need to do it now, frankly, if I heard you right, David. So those are the kinds of things I'd look into that model, but that would be a suggestion.
And Tom brought up something, Amy, got me thinking. And I would think we're too late in this game, but you know, e-bikes are becoming a big deal, right, on a lot of our, you know, most states, if you're riding, so a lot of states allow ATVs. We're one of those that don't. But I think we're getting on a pretty tight line here, allowing an e-bike, but not allowing ATV. You know, if somebody had an electric ATV or that, I mean, no. Right. Well, my understanding, as long as they're not technically, as long as he's pedaling, he's okay. Now, how we ever gonna determine whether he's pedaling or pushing a button, but they're using e-bikes every day. And that is becoming a huge industry in this state, and they need to have a sticker on the e-bike, in Dave's opinion as well, because they're tearing up ground and using it to access, you know, game areas that most guys are having to walk into, and they're pushing buttons. Right.
Very well said, David. I agree 100%.
I mean, so, you know, we're gonna do the clearing kayaks, we need to get ahead of the game on the e-bikes.
No, just bikes in general. I think all for it.
I don't care what it is, if it's a vehicle on our game plans.
Yeah, should ask you a question though, to be on our game land and ride that bike, they gotta have a conservation pass, 100 pounds or 50. They're already paid.
Okay.
And so they'll have to have a license of some kind if they're on that e-bike to be there in the first place. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
If we go with this,
If we go with this.
right now,
That's exactly right.
So if we go with what we're talking about, they'd probably be licensed.
That bike unless he's got one of the above.
Got it.
And participating in the call.
Got it.
Under 16, nothing is required.
That's correct.
Okay, what about, so I bought my kids each their own kayak when they were 8 and 10. That kayak wouldn't have to be stickered until they turn 16. The kayak was stickered with, if it's a person, doesn't matter who, the age of the person in the kayak.
Any other questions, comments?
I just want to add,
Sure, Cam, I'll allow you to.
thank you. Thank you, Karen. Back to a couple of comments, Commissioner Fomble made a comment a while ago, about some of the discussions in the past about the North Carolina General Assembly and us being self-sufficient. I want to be clear that just for this meeting and everybody listening, that our appropriations in the North Carolina General Assembly are for law enforcement officers. And under no circumstance are we planning, or I would ask that those appropriations be expanded and that we not become self-sufficient because of our public safety officers and what we did in the last long session, as that they doubled our appropriations to support our law enforcement expansion. So this wouldn't be to take that away for us to become self-sufficient. And what Mr. Stigers and what happened in the past with those discussions will happen again about, you know, us, the things that we should be providing the public. But I want to note that today in 2024, I want to emphasize we've got 50 access areas right now that are for non-motorized across the state. When we tell the story, we plan to do it field visits with these members of the legislature and their communities where these 50 sites are, to show them the impacts of these non-motorized access areas that are built and managed by these local municipalities in partnership with the Wildlife Resources Commission that supports our mission of providing programming opportunities for the public. So that'll be the story that we tell as we tell the story of our 50 access areas that we have today. And we're already spending $500,000 every year right now on these facilities and in support of all the law enforcement investigations that we do on paddle board and paddle sports. So this is to expand those opportunities, but also in the same note, to balance the budget for the Wildlife Resource Commission. Today, our game lands are so much different in our non-traditional users that we use sometimes. I mean, we saw that through COVID, and that's continuing. It really changed in my career since 1997. And we've got multiple users that are making tremendous impact on our game lands and our habitats as we manage those habitats and our wildlife species.
Let me add one thing to Camden. Yeah, at the time that we were called over here, like I said, it was 15, 18 years ago. We had none of those access areas at that time. Of course, equally at that time, there was really no emphasis or interest in kayaks at all. There was a fair amount of canoes, but there were some kayaks that were coming over in some of the clubs in the western part of the state. Kayak clubs where the real big interest was in having that access. And again, they were coming in there with trailers. One guy claimed to have been coming in there with trailers. And we quickly picked up, these are more outfitters than anything else. She'll pull up with a trailer with 8 kayaks on it, and they've got a group of that they hired them to take them on some excursion. Now, I quite frankly didn't have a lot of sympathy for that situation. He's complaining to us, he wants something free, yet he's willing to draw revenue for his people. He expects us to provide it free. So, but anyway, when all that kind of got thrashed out, and we told them we'd be, and when they understood the funding model of the Ramsey at that point in time, and then the legislature back completely off, and we turned to them and said, look, we're happy to do it, but they got to pay just like everybody else. And then it just died on the vine right there.
I have a question, because it kind of overlaps into boat and safety, because I know we're getting into that time. I had a call from a guy that I know down in Riceville Beach, and his business is putting in like decks for boats, like driving piles. You know, if someone buys a house, they want to buy a boat, and they want to put in a dock. And he was using the Riceville because of the length of the poles. He was using that boat ramp to unload his pylons. And one of our officers said, you can't, do that or not. I said, I have no idea, but where are folks like that? Or is there a way to charge them a fee, or how do people who, where are access points for folks? I mean, he's going to build a dock for someone who's buying a boat to let vessel, but where are they supposed to unload, I guess, materials like that?
Which right now, they need a special use permit from us, and that happens across the state, and currently, that's how it works. No charge, it's free, but today, they just need a permit from us. They can show to our law enforcement officers, they show them.
Should we restrict them to certain times when it's less busy, or not weekends,
All
or?
part of the discussion, and we do evaluate that, we do look at the need and how that's getting impacted.
And that might be a way to potentially charge,
Worth the discussion.
as well. Anyway, I didn't mean to it was kind of that in boat and safety, and just from my own knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other? Amy did a great job. Thank you today. Getting this, and I appreciate all the conversations. So carry on, Ashton. Brainstorm who we're gonna go see.
Yes, sir. I plan to talk with leadership on legislative strategy.
That'd be great. We'll be adjourned. Okay. Betsy, y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
Like the auto order, the meeting of the voting the state. Day of July 24. I'd like to welcome everyone. This meeting is being streamed live, recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org.
a courtesy to others, please turn off all cell phones during the meeting. And again, welcome to everyone. I'd like to call on Ms. Meekler for roll call.
Gonna do a roll call for our voting safety committee members. Committee Chair J.C. Cole,
President.
Committee Ray Clifton,
Here.
Committee Member John Coley,
Here.
Committee Member Hayden Rogers, Committee Member Tom Hazlett,
Here.
Committee Member Mike Alford,
Here.
ex officio members Monty Crump
Here.
and Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have one.
At this time, I'd like to call on Ms. Betsy Haywood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commissioners and staff. This morning, I'm going to present probably one of the most complicated exhibits packages that I've ever had to do. And I'd like to give you a little bit of historical background on how water safety rulemaking has evolved. Years ago, in the good old days when Wes Seegers and David Hoyle were our chairman, we started talking about streamlining the business of the commission. It went from a time where everything was rubber stamped. It was a done deal before you all even got in the room, to the committee status. And it became 2 days of, very complicated and complete examinations of everything that comes before you. As part of that, the Boating Safety Committee decided that it was important to try to streamline that process. In the past, a county or municipality would simply submit an application and we would have to take it from there, we'd have to get the maps, we'd have to go out and do an assessment matrix. And only then would you all be able to decide everything on the same day. Well, because of that, most people started turning in requests for matrices. And we did that. And you won't believe how many things you all never see, because if there are no conditions under which enforcement even thinks that a no-wake zone would be necessary or even enforceable, the counties or the municipalities usually decide not to proceed. There's several different situations this morning. First of all, let me get past the final adoption of the water safety rule in Pender County at the town of Surf City. You'll recall that we published notice of text and held a public hearing and an open comment period to establish 2 no-wake zones in the town of Surf City along the waterfront east of the bridge, the Surf City Bridge. And during the open comment period, there was one attendee at a virtual public hearing, and that comment was in support. There were no other comments received during the open comment period. So tomorrow we are going to request your consideration to give final adoption to the rule to establish 2 no-wake zones separated by the Intracoastal Waterway in the town of Surf City. Next is Brunswick County and the town of Surf City. Here's where it gets a little bit complicated. We have several things to discuss for Brunswick County and the town of Surf City. First, tomorrow, if you will look, or today for that matter, if you'll look at Exhibit E1, this is to consider that you all consider an application that was submitted by the town of Sunset City, I apologize, for a no-wake zone, a permanent no-wake zone to replace a temporary no-wake zone that was established at South Jinks Creek during a 2-year dredging process. And this temporary rule recently sunsetted in May. The town came back to us and asked if we could undertake consideration of permanent rulemaking to replace that temporary rule and to also slightly enlarge it to include a feeder channel at the northern end of South Jinks Creek, and at the end of that feeder channel, 4 very narrow canals. At the same time, yes, sir.
Get right.
Oh,
That's it.
I was just going on. This is going to be Exhibit E1. The map, please. Yes, this map will be familiar to you all because you've done temporary rules there twice already. So that is it, it's sideways. So they requested that we do a matrix. The matrix was, completed and, was negative for hazards other than sandbars and the presence of private watercraft, personal watercrafts. However, the town council felt strongly that they wanted the commission to consider this request. So they submitted an application and a resolution that included a statement that the town would purchase and place additional buoys that are needed there. There are already some buoys out there that were placed during the temporary rules. And to my knowledge, they have not yet been removed because it only just sunsetted. So in the application, the town stated that this section of South Jinks Creek is crowded with maneuverability and navigation that is hazardous to boaters who live on the creek, and they enter and leave that creek to reach the Intracoastal Waterway through a very narrow channel that is east of the feeder channel and the Bay Area. And I apologize that this makes it difficult to explain. So there are more than 100 docks within this creek. There are docks on both sides of the narrow feeder channel, and there are 55 docks in the Bay Area. They create hazards and a narrow area for boats to navigate, with some areas only 20 yards wide. The 4 canals at the end of the feeder channel are too narrow to travel at greater than no wake speed. Danger buoys have been placed to mark the shoals there in South Jinks Creek. So we would like to request your consideration. Take a look at the matrix and also the application from the town council. Are there any questions about that part before I move on to the next part of this?
Matrix say, what did I say? They recommended this.
That is correct.
Town has a different opinion and they've given their justification.
That is correct.
Also found in the field,
Yes, sir.
standardized form, what we evaluate everyone statewide. That's what we're talking about here.
Yes, sir.
We do that, isn't it? Every beach that has canals, we're gonna say the same
Yeah.
thing.
Yes, I mean, that's what I'm trying to make. I think we have a process in place. It worked well, it's standardized, and we get it. If folks don't agree, but we're gonna open Pandora's box, set a precedent here in my.
Mr. Chairman, I must say that in talking with the town manager, she knew, and it's true, that every other beach in North Carolina with canals has a no wake zone, all up and down. And recently up at Corova Canals, you all approved a no wake zone there that is very, very similar to the ones down here at Sunset Beach. Very shallow, barely navigable, but so that people could get away from Knott's Island and down into the Sound. We did. So there is a precedent there. I just didn't want to say that. Yes, sir.
We don't have a precedence of not following our metrics. Point I'm making.
No, sir, we don't.
Point I'm making.
Yes, sir.
We can have this argument in lakes all over North Carolina where places have no wake zones and other places don't. It's just a matter of what our policy is, and we clearly got a matrix system that's in place to make those determinations. I got a question.
So you can pass it off. So if that's the case, but how did one matrix allow one and one didn't?
Different districts.
Well, different circumstances. From our understanding, the primary complaint here and the primary concern is mostly personal watercraft. Well, which we already have laws in place to mitigate personal watercraft and regulate those in these areas because they can't operate at greater than no wake speed within those areas already. So that was one of the primary concerns. The no wake zone is already in place for personal watercraft, if that's the biggest concern. And a lot of this, the area that we have here, basically, this makes it very difficult for any motorized vessel to even operate at greater than no wake speed because of the hazards, shallow water, and the narrow channels, the docks. So there's not that big concern of the motorized motorboats other than personal watercraft.
It's already a no wake zone?
But for personal watercraft, the laws specify that they can't operate at greater than no wake speed of 100 foot of dock or.
It's always be within 100 feet.
That's right.
Is there any reason watercraft, the jet ski?
Yes.
But nothing else?
Yes, sir.
I'll address the PWC issue for Fox Creek. That was where they were having the problems with the PWCs, was at Fox Creek, which is further on in here. Our hands are rather tied for PWCs because we don't set up no wake zones for personal watercraft. I'll just go ahead and tell you that in Fox Creek, within the town of Sunset Beach, they are trying very hard to address that issue, working locally. Some local units of government have this authority to do local laws. And they're talking with some kind of conservation group within the marsh down at that part of Sunset Beach, which is almost at the South Carolina line, to put some signage in the marsh. But we wouldn't do that for personal watercraft. So
That was my question. So there's no signage for personal watercraft saying no wake zone. They're just, they need to understand that if they own one, that's the law.
and they're trying to educate people. Apparently, there are jet ski operators who rent them on the, or just off the ICW down there at that part of Sunset Beach. And people are coming over from South Carolina and they don't know the law and they don't care. And they're, going in there helter skelter at very fast speeds, as are some of the people who rent boats to go back in there. But, they're traveling at their own risk if it's that narrow and that twisty. And, but I guess that's why the town brought it forward, just for safety. But anyway, shall I move on to the next part of this?
Yes, ma'am.
If you may, it might be beneficial to see if the committee wants to make a motion on these two exhibits. Is it a E1 and E2?
Can I present them first?
Oh, I thought you already.
No, that was just the first part. That's okay. That's okay. Next we have, as a part of that first thing that I just presented, there's some technical changes requested to correct the coordinates at the Odell Williamson Bridge at Ocean Isle Beach and to remove the Dutchman Creek boating access area. It is a duplicate of an existing boating access area in Brunswick County that goes by another name. So we're just going to remove that out. So then moving on to exhibit E2. This was the application from the town of Sunset Beach in Brunswick County at Fox Creek along North Shore Drive. This is the same situation. They asked for the matrix. The matrix was negative. I will read to you what the matrix says basically. The completed matrix notes a narrow channel, shallow water, very low tide conditions at low tide 6 to 12 inches and high tide 3 to 4 feet. Sandbars, private docks abutting the narrow channel, marsh grass, and diminished sight lines around the marsh. Matrix noted an obstruction of vision for 50 yards. Enforcement reports no boating incidents, but has verified reports of complaints from the town of Sunset Beach. Enforcement does not recommend a no-wake zone and suggests enforcement of the PWC distance laws under 75A13. After that, the town council submitted an official application and a resolution asking the commission to consider the no-wake zone in an area from 28th Street to 40th Street along North Shore Drive. The town has agreed to purchase and place buoys to mark the area. The town asked for commission assistance to mitigate boating safety hazards for motorboats. They are most concerned that the boat operators are unsafe traveling at greater than no-wake speed in the creek. Residents use the creek as their only means to get to and from the ICW and are endangered by other vessels traveling too fast. Marsh grass sometimes causes diminished sight lines, and operation at greater than no-wake speed endangers anglers who are not underway and non-motorized recreationists. And as I told you earlier, the PWC signage situation is being handled at the local level by the town and a private conservation group. They did note that these problems are exacerbated by tourists who take their motorboats and their rented jet skis into Fox and Bull Creek without regard to safety. So the final part of this exhibit is the fiscal note, Exhibit E3. We figured that these two may not be approved since there was negative matrices for both. However, on the possibility that you all would approve one or both, we did submit a fiscal note for review for South Jinks Creek and Fox Creek. The town agrees to purchase and place buoys at a total cost of $1,174 for each location. And the responsibility for maintenance would be on the WRC only if a buoy is damaged or missing. And that would only be approximately every 10 years that happens. Final note, Brunswick County is a CAMA county and they fall under the Wildlife Resources Commission blanket comment, permit for any kind of buoys that are placed in those waters. So now I'm ready. Margot was asking about.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Question. So enforcement has run the matrix on both of these exhibits. And both of the exhibits say we do not need to put in no wake zone.
Correct.
Yeah. The town has come back and said, regardless of matrix, they want it.
I don't really understand that all the beaches along North Carolina, are those wildlife no wake zones?
Yes, sir. All no wake zones or wildlife no wake zones.
Okay, like at Holden Beach and some of those canals, I don't think I've ever, well, maybe.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, well then, if that's the case at Ocean Isle, what's the difference of at Sunset?
Every situation is different, just like every lake, every cove, every situation is different.
Yep. Well, I mean, that has houses just like Ocean Isle does. I guess I'm just kind of curious.
So enforcement, it said, it's not necessary because these are already existing no wake zones. But the general public may not know that. Is that correct?
No, sir, they're only existing no wake zones for personal watercraft based on laws. Not marked no wake zones for all vessels.
Okay, so if there are no wake zones for personal craft, not commercial use, correct?
Personal watercraft, like a jet ski.
Just because they fall in.
Yeah. Boats from other, that's a good statement. I get it.
Just for some clarification, a lot of these no wake zones that were created in some of these areas were done a long time ago, so we didn't do the matrix. It's like Betsy said, it was just, you want one, here you go. And so we're trying to follow this matrix, we apply the criteria. And I think in this case, a lot of the concern was PWCs, which there's already statute that says you can't operate at greater no wake speed. And we try not to create law on top of law, to create a no wake zone in an area where the issue is already it's more of an enforcement issue. Where we just, there's already people in there operating how they are unlawfully able to do so.
Just a question, if the local county or municipality wanted to go and put, not buoys, but put up some type of signage, just reminding.
Only for PWCs.
Are they allowed to go and do that in case there's folks who have either rented them, don't know the rules, came from South Carolina? I mean, are they able to put some signage?
Commissioner, I don't know that answer.
Technically, they can't. Technically, they can't place those signs in the water without our approval. But I know when I worked in Ocean Isle Beach, there was and they did actually have ordinances for no wake zones. I do recall that several years ago. Technically, they can.
Not in the water.
Not in the water, but I'm saying, but if they wanted to.
Adjacent
to the
Yeah.
water.
I was wondering if there's a way to go back to them and just let them know that they can't put them in the water, but that they could put some reminders of the law.
Yeah.
Here's the law for PWCs, just.
I'll be honest with you, based on the pictures y'all just showed me, if you put a buoy out there, you can't get around. I don't know where you'd put a no wake buoy.
Yeah.
As narrow as that place is,
in
putting a sign over
like
the
the
shore.
creek, you cannot operate at greater no wake speed, you can't operate. That's just the nature of the creeks and tidal creeks down there. And we've never had an issue with any weight other than PWCs. And PWCs cannot operate lawfully at greater no wake speed in that creek based on statute. If they are operating greater no wake speed, they're violating current statute.
And is there a place that rents them, right?
There's several places in there.
I mean, hopefully they've got, the people who rent them at least have got signs.
Well, and they're supposed to take a class before they ever let it go to explain that to them as well.
And we're working on that advanced education enforcement presence there based on.
Very Tim. Well, I mean, a lot of good points that everybody's made on this, actually, I get it. But I'm wondering if, we could allow, and this kind of would Commissioner Coley said a minute ago, could allow, the municipalities to put up signage reminding people what the laws are in those specific areas. And I'm wondering if we could also allow them where they could put a buoy up, because I agree, it's pretty narrow over there, allow them to put a buoy up that states that as well, if we felt like it was, could we allow that?
I mean, yeah, that would be up to
But
us.
it'd be up to us to decide every time. And to me, that makes a lot of sense, because these out-of-state users and these rental companies and just citizens of North Carolina that don't know any better that are renting them, probably need to be reminded that within 100 feet of the dock, it's no wake zone regardless. So I mean, I just wonder if that would be an option.
Well, let me ask, so I don't think any of our buoys, other than saying no wake, like it's not gonna say personal watercraft, da, 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 da.
We have danger buoys and those like, and you can see there's already danger buoys placed down there on that sandbar and there's shoals that indicate shallow water and shoals. Those type.
Right, but I'm just wondering if we could do signage of some kind of the municipalities, because they've already agreed to pay for it. That's not out of our pocket anyway. They could do signage that we would approve and say, yes, you can post that. That would be an
It just
option.
have to be approved for whatever
Right.
it is.
I mean, they just simply state that
If you put signage at the lot, which is on the dry land, that there's some due diligence there that.
in all rental companies.
All rental companies.
Yeah.
That's like me, you go down there and law up a couple of them, you'll,
I know when I was at Ocean Isle Beach and Sunset, a lot of the towns had put posts with no wake zone signs on, at the entrance to the canals. Like at Ocean Isle Beach, I mean, I recall those when I was down there, but you're right, you can't put a buoy out there. I mean, you can't even operate down there hardly. I mean, you know, that's just, the only problem I ever saw was jet skis, ever.
Anything further?
You want me to continue? Okay. All right, next. Oh, do we want to go back to D?
Can we do a motion on whether the committee recommends taking this to the board tomorrow?
Motion in order.
Are we talking about these applications?
Yes, ma'am.
Under commission authority, the commission may approve it, they may deny it, or they may approve it at a different size.
Pleasure of the committee.
Well, I'll make a motion that we honor the matrix. We deny the no government. And do these supplemental measures that have been discussed here.
I'll second.
And move properly second. That we honor the matrix. Marco, we need anything further on that?
Just all your.
All in favor? Any opposed?
No, that's just from the voting committee to come before us tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
So
yes.
basically, as I understand it, the vote here is to deny the town's request for the no wake zone
Based on the matrix.
based on the matrix.
Yes, sir.
Just want to know what the vote is tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can we go to?
Yes, ma'am. Real nice. I stepped out. I didn't see. Did you skip D? Or did
No, sir, we did D.
Okay.
That's Town of Surf City final adoption. Exhibit F. This is another situation where the Carteret County submitted an application for rulemaking without first asking for an assessment matrix, which of course nobody has to ask for the assessment matrix, but certainly does help things. So based on the application, we asked enforcement to conduct a assessment matrix of an area of cove off of the White Oak River in Pelletier called Raymond's Gut. Can we get that map up? Where's it up? All right. In this matrix, enforcement found no notable water safety hazards that would warrant rulemaking in that cove. Based on that, we're just going to ask your consideration, but I did promise the Carteret County Manager, Mr. Eugene Foxworth, that I would let you all know today that since the matrix was done, this cove has been dredged. I don't know if that's pertinent to any safety hazards or not, but I wanted to let you all know that for the record. So
the fact that have we done the matrix since it, and would that have an effect?
In my opinion, I don't think it'd have any effect.
Whether it's been dredged or not, that's
I
not a
think it would
material,
mitigate probably some of the hazards that might have been there prior to being dredged.
so that's not a material fact that would affect your maintenance.
It's not part of the process.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Comment. Maybe y'all have as well. I've just heard from a number of these homeowners in there about real safety concerns with, again, jet ski. It's gotta be, we're not cascading a message to the constituents out there as to what's legal, or we're not enforcing it enough to where it's stopping folks from creating these hazards. But they do say that since it's been dredged to 3 feet, and they feel like there's also boats that are, coming in there on plane, and that's creating destruction to property as well. So I absolutely told them that I would cascade that. I wholeheartedly understand the matrix and the purpose of it, but I just, these constituents certainly reached out to me, and they were in what they conveyed relative to.
So what y'all are hearing from these folks is, right, maintenance issues and all these.
PWC was, the folks that I talked to seemed to be, that more nuisance and loud and people that don't know what they're doing. You see a lot of the, I've almost had run-ins with personal watercrafts with folks where they decelerate. They don't understand what they're doing there. They're losing their control of the PWC.
What is the business about you're responsible for your weight mean? Does that really mean anything more?
It means something if it causes damage or injury.
But you have to chase them down, I guess.
Yeah, yes. That's
Wholeheartedly understand the need for the matrix. I just wanted to cascade what the constituent conveyed to me via taking the time to call and track me down. So
That's legitimate.
You got a second to that motion? Just no way to know this, just another question would be is, if that's the whole area is a no wake zone for PWCs, why would anybody go in there unless you're like a resident going home or whatever? I mean, it's not really that much fun just ride a PWC. I mean, like you said, you can hardly steer them if you don't keep enough speed. I know no one really knows the answer to that, but
Scale, that may be wider than it looks, I don't know.
And I will say that, and it is a little confusing, but and it's better when you have pictures, when you see that thing, that's a very wide, okay? And they consider the width of the channel in there when you go back in there, that's part of it. When you look at overhead maps, it looks kind of narrow, but I've seen very similar things. When you put it in perspective, it is a lot wider than it seems on paper.
Yes, and we equate a lot of these similar to inland lakes have codes, residential docks and houses on. They don't know the example of code, which it doesn't really. Constantly. Betsy said, a lot of those you never see because they just never meet the criteria.
so there's a certain distance they can go in there on speed or whatever before they
Most
have
likely.
a certain point where they have to slow down.
And to this, a lot of the same complainants who want jet skis out, if you make it a no wake zone, they still want to be able to exit on plane. So, I mean, you can't have it both ways, and we.
Yeah. Hey, you gonna second the motion?
Probably should. You're on the committee.
we get a second on the motion from the committee.
Second. Remove properly second, all in favor? Opposed? None.
Thank you. And then the second part of the Carteret County rule is, as we always do when we open a rule, we examine things that need to be added to the North Carolina Administrative Code or revised if they're unclear, ambiguous, or need to be revised in some other way. And as a part of that, we request your approval to allow us to go to publish notice of text to incorporate into the North Carolina Administrative Code 10 boating access areas in Carteret County that are owned or operated by the Wildlife Resources Commission.
Make a motion to publish notice, I think you're all right.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Second. Second. We move properly second that we publish that notice. All in favor? Any opposed? There being none.
Thank you, thank you. Before I move on, I would like to request that tomorrow everybody understands that as part of the Brunswick County thing in exhibit, the first exhibit, even though you are declining to move forward with the application, I would request that you consider the adoption of those technical changes to correct the coordinates at the bridge and to take that boating access area out of the code. Just wanted to make sure everybody knew that for tomorrow. All right, let me move on. This one is Alexander County, 15A NCAC 10F.0332. Part of this rule is at the request of Duke Energy. I will talk about that in just a moment. The first part is agency request publish notice of text in the North Carolina Register with an open comment period and public hearing to extend the no wake zone from the Rink Dam on Lake Hickory to a point 200 yards southeast of the Rink Dam Bridge near the Sandbar Marina and Grill. And this is for purposes of creating an appropriate no wake zone there. The Marina and Grill have extended their dock facilities and the existing no wake marker is only 12 yards from the docks. So we're going to request that we extend this to 50 yards. And the reason this came about and the reason that this is part of an agency request is that Alexander County first asked for the matrix that extended to that entire cove. The matrix was negative for sufficient boater safety hazards to tie up that whole cove shore to shore. So they backed out, but at the same time they said, would you all mind including a change from your agency to just go ahead and extend the no wake zone to make it at the right distance? No expense to us or anybody else. There's one buoy already out there and it can just be moved by land and water access. So I wanted to point that out. And then the second part of the Alexander County rule request is at the request of Duke Energy to establish a restricted area. Yes, right there at the Wittenberg access area where a swim beach is located. That's what you see, that yellow outline there. And they're requesting a restricted area. They will be responsible for the purchase, placement, and maintenance of any markers associated with that restricted area. And then the final part of this rule request is to incorporate into the North Carolina Administrative Code 2 boating access areas that are maintained by the Wildlife Resources Commission.
Pleasure of the committee.
Make a motion.
Second. We can second that we grant those requests. All in favor? Opposed? There being none.
Thank you. Next, we have from the Lake Wiley Marine Commission under 15A NCAC 10F.0333, 3 applications that they submitted prior to our doing a matrix. This is the way they operate because they have statutory authority to do their own rulemaking, but they have requested that our commission weigh in on everything to put it in the code. So this is the way this operates. And the interesting thing about this is 3 applications. We have a positive matrix on 1 and negative matrices on 2. First, I'd like to bring up in Exhibit H1. This is a request for a no wake zone at Joiners Marina in Mecklenburg County on the northeast side of the Buster Boyd Bridge. And it would include, do we have a map of that? Oh, okay. All right. It would be under Exhibit H1. Yes, that's the map. And that will include the entire cove beginning contiguous with the Buster Boyd Bridge, no wake zone over to the side of the cove on the shoreline there. Shall I move to the next one? Before, or would you all rather take this first?
One was a positive.
This is the positive. Okay, all right. Shall I do the other two?
This is for that no wake zone, is that correct?
This is for the Joiners Marina No Wake Zone Positive Assessment Matrix. Yes, sir. Next, we have Exhibit H2, the map. This is a request. This no wake zone was put into place in 2015 with the development of the Whitewater Center in Charlotte and the development around that. And this was a request from the Lake Wiley Marine Commission to consider extending that no wake zone to along the Gaston County side of the lake, which is on the left side of that map, and ending at a point below that. And this assessment matrix was negative. They do not believe that there are sufficient hazards. There's only a little bit of development on the Gaston County side, and they didn't believe that the presence of the docks was sufficient to maintain such a huge area as a regulated area. Shall I move to the third? Okay, thank you. And last but not least is Exhibit H3. This is an area called Sunset Island. It is right on the North Carolina, South Carolina border. And it was a request from the Lake Wiley Marine Commission to consider regulating that cove. They noted the presence of a recognized swim area, as they called it. It is not marked, however, and it is not open to the public. And enforcement did not suggest that there were sufficient boating safety hazards there to warrant placement of a no wake zone at Sunset Island.
For clarification, and you noted Lake Wiley has their own authority to put in wake zones, right?
Yes, sir.
But unless the Wildlife Commission approves a no wake zone, we won't enforce anything other than what we approve.
That is correct.
Putting wake zones themselves and enforcing themselves separate from us, but we don't do their enforcement for them if we deny this request.
Exactly.
Clarification.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Is that correct?
Betsy, if you'll back up to that other picture of the Lake Wiley on the
Sadler Island, the one that goes around?
Lincoln County or the Gaston Mecklenburg line.
To H2, yes. Mhm.
So the problem there is, and I don't agree with it, but the Whitewater Center, which is right there on your right, they rent canoes and kayaks. And they're not using them on the Whitewater Center on the private water. They're coming over here. And so at any given time in that channel that they're asking about, there could be 20 to 30 paddle boards and stuff in there clogging up. And these are people that have never been on a paddle board in their life. It's a disaster. That's not our fault. And the fishermen are livid about it because it's clogging up the whole thing. I'm not advocating for no wake zone, but that's the problem. If you go out there when they hadn't rented there's nobody out there. But if a group's gone over there and rented paddle boards and stuff at the Whitewater Center, that's the body of water they go to.
Thank you. May I move on to H4 before you all?
Yes.
H4 is just a text correction, which is interesting. We've talked before about this boilerplate language that's been in many rules, including the Lake Wiley rule, that goes back 1976. And the part of this that we are going to request that we remove from the rule is part of that text that is ambiguous and seems to imply that it is the responsibility of the Lake Wiley Marine Commission for any public facility, any marked swim area, and any mooring area on Lake Wiley. They don't want that in there unless it's clearly stated in rule, and I don't blame them. We also removed the part about swim areas and mooring areas. The Wildlife Commission doesn't even regulate mooring areas. So we're asking that be removed from the rule. And that's it for Lake Wiley.
How do you want us to handle the positive one separate on the part?
Yes, sir. Joiners Marina. Mm-hmm.
Move approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve H1 and H4 and deny H2 and H3.
Second. Good.
Thank you very much.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
One final one. We're going to skip down to Exhibit O. Many of you know the discussions that have arisen from the commission approving changes to the rule for White Lake. And as a result, and more investigation and discussions with state parks and with the town council and with the residents and other interested parties, the most recent change to the rule allows for unrestricted directional operation of motorboats within that restricted area that's within 500 feet of the shoreline. This is a change from the previous rule that only allowed for operation of motorboats perpendicular to the shoreline. Parallel operation of a motorboat in the restricted area, even at no wake speed, is dangerous to swimmers and needs to be regulated for the safety of the public. The proposed amendment will require motorboats to travel perpendicular to the shore and at no wake speed within the restricted area at White Lake. This is the only requested amendment to this to create an emergency rule followed by temporary rulemaking.
Discussion.
So that satisfies what they were after. But, you know,
Director, would you like to?
did that satisfy what the request was?
It was the recommendation that we make to ensure safety and safety concerns that they had down there in that restricted zone. They did make a request also to allow skiing perpendicular that they've historically done that we're not recommending at this time. We'll consider some of those as we move through permanent rulemaking and assess public comments then. But for emergency rules, we felt like that restricting activities of motorboats at no wake speed perpendicular from the shore would adequately keep those swimmers safe.
Pleasure of the committee.
So moved.
Second. Been moving properly second, all in favor? Opposed, there being none.
Thank you very much.
All on Major Martin Dudley.
Mark, we were way behind. If you would just try to do your best to get us caught up.
For the sake of time, I'm just going to highlight Operation Dry Water for the 4th of July weekend. If you'll look and see on the slide, Operation Dry Water is a year-round boating under the influence awareness campaign to reduce the number of alcohol and drug-related incidents and fatalities through the increased recreational boater awareness. We pretty much emphasize this on the July 4th holiday for the 3 days during the July 4th holiday as the national campaign. And these are just some of the totals from the July 4th through the 6th weekend. I'm not going to go through those. You can look at those and just see how the high activity that the officers experienced under the July 4th holiday weekend. We put this out to the public, and there were some comments about the high percentage of violations as opposed to the boaters contacted. And the purpose for that is that most of the boaters contacted are contacted because we have a reasonable suspicion or probable cause that there was a violation already committed before they even made contact. And therefore, most of the vessels we contact have some type of violation, whether it be a warning, a verbal warning, written warning, or citation. These are just some of the photos from the media campaign and some of the things that we've done around the state. We did a major kickoff up on Jordan Lake, up at Farrington Point with some of the media, and we had some media presence there. We took out on the boats and allowed them to go see some of the operations of the officers of what they're doing for that weekend. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That concludes the any additional comments? That concludes our.
We're getting us back on schedule, but I see you've only got 3 pages one. So I know that Jim's got a crowd, he's got a. We need to get back.
We'll take that challenge, and if anybody needs to run through, we won't be offended. We're not gonna take the break, we're gonna rock and roll here. Okay, I'd like to open the meeting. Good. Okay, it has been great. live and recorded as a public record. Recording of the meeting will be available on www.wildlife.org. At this time, I'll call Margo for a roll call.
Gonna do a roll call for our land acquisition and property committee members. Committee Chair Tom Berry,
Yes, here.
Committee Vice Chair Brad Stanback,
Here.
Committee Member Jim Ruffin,
Here.
Committee Member Ray Clifton.
Here.
Committee Member Kelly Davis. Here. Committee Member Landon Zimmer. Ex officio members Bonnie Hunt.
Here.
Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We're gonna move right along here. I do want to say that we have met prior to this, gone over these acquisition, mergers, et cetera. So we're gonna get right along pretty quick. With all that said, Ben, we'll let you take over.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. We have 3 phase ones to look at today and 1 phase 2 donation. The first phase 1 is in Davidson County. This is the Heitman tract. The Heitman tract is a 2.14 acre tract. It's an addition to Yadkin River Game Land. The tax value of the property is $27,000, and we do not currently have an asking price. But the seller does understand our process and our limitations to appraised value. The overview of the tract is primarily upland loblolly pine. It does provide us access through Kessler Road, which is critical to the compromised access that the public and administrative staff have in managing this section of Yadkin River Game Land. So our best solution is fee simple acquisition of this Heitman tract, which does have deeded access to Kessler Road, and staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Heitman tract.
This is really called a no-brainer. Well, what we're gonna do is take all 3 of these in a motion and we get finished. But at this point, do I hear any discussion on okay, then.
Moving forward, we have the 49.5 acre Randy Mabry tract, and this is also in Davidson County, also in addition to the Yadkin River Game Land. The tax value of this property is right at $106,000, and the asking price is not listed. We have communicated with the seller. They're aware of our limitations to appraised value. This acquisition is filling an important in-holding. We do have willing sellers here, so we want to act and move fast on it. And also mentioned was the Good Trail system that will benefit administrative and public use. The staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Randy Mabry tract.
This is an in-holding, as we see in the past, they are very valuable to us. How are we gonna pay for this, Ben?
What is proposed is Pittman Robertson dollars.
Okay, let's pick up Turkey Ridge.
So our final phase 1 today is the Turkey Ridge Callaway Mountain properties. These are in Yancey County. This would be a new game land. The nearest game land is the Pisgah Game Land to the east. The tax value of the property is right at 2.6 million, and the asking price to WRC is $1 million. This is a partnership project with the Conservation Fund. The Conservation Fund is working with 130 of Chatham to purchase this tract for a total price of $4 million. But again, the asking price and the bargain sale that will be presented down the road as a phase 2 will be at $1 million. The acquisition checks quite a few boxes for us. It does protect quite a bit of riparian habitat along the Cane River, right at 1.4 miles. It also provides public access to an important trout fishery along the Cane, and it also has roughly, I think, 5 to 6 fishable ponds that are down at the state road that are important to the community and will provide good angler access. And staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Turkey Ridge Callaway Mountain tracts.
Okay, this is a big deal. I think we need to take a minute here to kind of go through the history and the process that we've gone through. Tim Sweeney is the owner prior to selling us at half price, probably what the appraised value is. We worked with the Conservation Fund, Mike Leonard, and he has secured like 1.2 million in funding for this, and it's our job to come up with $5 million. But, the size of this tract, and you know what the, value of this land is up in, mountain regions, probably $8 million. So, you want to add to anything to that, Ben? This is a pretty interesting acquisition. It's a big, big deal. And if we can pick this up, $8 million piece of land up, for $1 million, it's pretty special. Add anything to that, Ben?
Yes, sir. I think you covered it well.
Okay, big deal. Okay, let's turn the page. All right, let's go. Now,
So that's our final.
Approve all the phase one. Move all these phase one.
So move that.
any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. All right, phase two, Ben.
This is our final phase two acquisition, or our only phase two acquisition to look at today. This is the Greens Thoroughfare Breach Tract in Craven County. It's just across the river there from Vanceboro. It's a 346 acre donation. This is coming from Restoration Systems, a private entity. The tract is adjacent to Neuse River Game Land, will be added to Neuse River Game Land. Uses will be consistent with the adjacent game land and only accessed by boat, which is not a concern of ours. Cowpen Landing boating access area is just across the stream. And forest composition is primarily floodplain forest, which is a NC Wildlife Action Plan priority community type, and great hunting opportunities on the tract. Again, this is a donation coming as a phase one and a phase two today. And the estimated stewardship costs are $9,705 for boundary establishment and boundary maintenance. And staff recommend phase two approval of the Greens Thoroughfare tract in Craven County.
No comment. I think we need to proceed. Staff is recommended. So if anybody like to make a motion on this? Move approval. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Just 2 seconds since we worked through this thing, very quickly. Just want you to know, the land committee's got a lot of great things going on right now. The Elk Foundation is really backing us on activities and projects up in the mountain regions in and around the Silver's Game Land, which is really pretty exciting. We've got the Ardmore Track 400, we've got the 12-mile loop, which is kind of fun. And hopefully we'll be able to increase the habitat. And also we have been, things like the Elk Foundation is funding lots of projects. Anything we put in front of them, it's saying okay. So we're excited about that, and we'll hear more about all that later. But I wanted to share that with you. So that's all we have, Mr. Chairman. And with that, land committee, acquisition of property. Lieutenant Committee. Good job.
Thank you. Very good.
I'm better off the last presentation had good.
Like a scoreboard, but still see it. Drop on the dollar.
Can we drop them?
I'd like to call the Small Game and Wild Turkey Committee to order. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded as a public record. The record of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. Margaret, if you would please call the roll.
Do a roll call for our Small Game and Wild Turkey Committee members. Committee Chair Jim Ruffin.
Present.
Committee Vice Chair Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Committee Member Tommy Fongel.
Here.
Committee Member Tom Berry. Committee Member John Stone.
Here.
Committee Member Tom Hayslip.
Here.
Ex officio members Monty Crump.
Here.
And Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Margaret. First, I'd like to call up Hannah Plumpton to come and do the presentation on the wild turkey harvest data from this year and kind of what that means and where we're going. I was able to, she was nice enough to give me a sneak preview, and I think I'm going to be very pleased with her work here. And I just want to say, Hannah, I've heard other people outside the commission, what a great job you do. So I want to recognize you.
Thank you.
Reminder to presenters, please try to talk into.
Thank you. Before we get started real quick, you all got a nice little paper in your packet this morning. So what that is it is kind of the highlights to our big North Carolina ecology project, some of the key or some of our main results, as well as what they mean for management for us. I know that's a lot of big things when we throw out numbers. That's a number, but what does it actually mean? And then unless you're a biologist, which most people aren't, that means nothing to them. So that gives a brief 2-page summary of kind of 4 years of hard work boiled down. But we're going to kind of review today's what I call data management review and management. Some of the things we use and surveys we use to track turkey populations across North Carolina. So we're going to hit a bunch of different surveys and what I call a data review, as well as the next steps that we want to work forward as a program, because we're always striving to get better. So one of the things, like I said, as biologists, we have a tendency to throw out hard numbers and 2 different surveys, and we don't really explain what these mean. And we have a tendency to rely and say these numbers are black and white, like here's a hard number, when they're really not. There's a lot of caveats and limitations. And we also don't tell you what they also mean. So we're going to try and distill some of the mystery with these surveys and bring a little clarity. So we're going to start with the first survey, which is our summer wild turkey observation survey. We conduct this survey annually from July 1st through August 31st. So it's going on right now, where we ask the general public to report any turkeys that they see during this time period. So all the hens they see, all the gobblers and males that they see, as well as all the poults they see. And this gives us an estimate of the annual reproduction. Now, this is an index. It's not a complete count. It gives us an idea. Hey, this year's hatch was better than last year's hatch. But it does not tell us, we got 20,000 turkeys this year. But it can give us indications of what the population trends are doing across the state. Of course, we had a better hatch than last year, so we should hopefully see more turkeys. So this survey was started in 1988. And as you can see, basically since this survey was initiated, the number of poults observed per hen or poults per hen ratio that we use has basically been declining. Now, you would think that based on this, our turkey population is going down. People are panicking. We have no turkeys. But we also need to think that that number is a little shadowed. We can have 100 hens and they may have 6 poults per hen. Or we could have 10,000 hens at 2 poults per hen. Which one is better? We have more turkeys. They'll have less poults as an overall because they're fighting for a limited amount of resources, which over the last 30 years in North Carolina with our urbanization and increase has greatly increased. So if we also keep in mind with this caveat, we can look at in 2009 or 1990, let me get dates. We estimated there was 28,000 turkeys here in North Carolina. A short 30 years later, that number has increased nearly tenfold. We estimate that there's 270,000 turkeys as of 2020, all throughout having this declining quote unquote reproduction number. So we've have more turkeys on the landscape. They're fighting for a set number of resources. And again, having a lot of turkeys having smaller poults doesn't equal a bad thing. Another way we track and monitor turkey populations across the state is our reported turkey harvest. This number is the number of turkeys that hunters tell us they have harvested. This is an incomplete reporting rate. Through another survey, we estimate that on average, about 70 to 80% of our hunters report the harvest. The mass majority of this is probably due to apathy, or they thought they did, or they forgot about it, with a few small bad eggs purposely not doing it because they're doing naughty things. It also doesn't take into account the amount of effort that hunters did. How much hunting time did they spend to harvest those turkeys? But what it does tell us is this is the minimum number of turkeys harvested. It remains consistent, or the reporting rate remains consistent, so we can compare those between years and also give us an idea of population trends. We assume as there's more turkeys on the landscape, there's more turkeys eligible or available to hunt and harvest, that would go up. And if we look at the statewide harvest trends, since it was mandatory harvest reporting became a requirement in 1977, we can see over nearly 50 years, turkey harvest has dramatically increased. But any turkey hunter will tell you that turkey hunting is not the same across the state. It's very different from our different regions. Turkey populations vary greatly within each state, within each region, within a district, even within a county level. So we're going to kind of see how it varies again on some of these surveys on these regional scales. Starting with our mountain region, we can see harvest began noticeably increasing in the late 1980s, and the record harvest in the mountain region occurred in 2013. And if we look at what the harvest trend has been doing for the last 10 years, we can see that harvest in the mountain region has remained stable, maybe a smidge increasing with a few hundred birds, but overall relatively stable. So I'm going to ask you to keep in mind these harvest trends for the last 10 years, because we're going to kind of come back to those a little bit later. So if we look at our Piedmont region, harvest began noticeably increasing about a decade later than our mountain region in the 1990s, late 1990s, and the record of harvest occurred in the Piedmont region in 2020. And if we look at their harvest trend for the last 10 years, it's been a slight modest increase, increasing about 1,000 birds over the last 10 years or so. And lastly, we can look at our coastal region. The harvest began noticeably increasing again about 5 years later than our Piedmont region in the early 2000s, and they had a peak harvest in 2024. Now, this shifting in harvest and these peak times that all peak harvest record years all shift, and this makes sense if we take into account when turkey restoration occurred in each of those regions. Turkey restoration began first in our mountain region, then into our Piedmont, and then it finished in our coastal region, where we just finished up turkey restoration only about 20 years ago in 2005. Now, if we also look at the harvest trend in our coastal region, you can see it's been increasing by gangbusters and has nearly doubled in the last 10 years. Now, we can also look at this and say, okay, in the mountain region, they harvest, a little around 4,000 birds the last few years. Piedmont region, they harvest around 8,000, 9,000 birds And then in our coastal region, the last few years is 11,000 birds. Would make sense, you know, there's a lot more birds being harvested in our coastal region compared to our mountain region. But we also have to take into account that there's a lot more land in our coastal region. Many of our counties are much bigger in our coastal region than our mountain region. So we can't just look at straight numbers and harvest wise and say these are the same thing. We can take a look at harvest by square mile of a county, but we have to remember that not all the land in a county is the same. So we can consider some things of like what is eligible or open to honey. So if we consider and remove all the bodies of water, which are included in a square mile of a county, but we are not harvesting a turkey in the middle of Jordan Lake. So we can remove those from eligible lands. We also can remove things like our municipalities, state forests, or not state forests, state parks, our national parks, which are not eligible and open to hunting. So if we remove all those things, which you can see on the map are in red, we can see that we can compare some of our counties a bit more. So if we have all the green, which is counties that are open and eligible for hunting, both public and private, and we calculate the harvest beef with these eligible lands or huntable square miles, this gives us a standardized rate to compare turkey harvest across the state, taking into account that we're not expecting to harvest a ton of counties or a ton of birds in Mecklenburg County, which is 95% Charlotte, compared to, say, you know, Sampson County in the southeast, which is primarily agricultural and rural. What this does show us is where turkey populations and hunting are the highest across the state. Now, if we think back to those harvest trend lines, we knew in the mountain region it was fairly stable, maybe slightly increasing over the last 10 years. And we can see that being reflected in the harvest per huntable square mile in our mountain region for the last 15 years. And before I forget, we calculated the huntable square miles first in 2010, and then again, we did in 2017. Of course, those immediately become out of date as urbanization continues to change and increase. But we can see that the harvest per huntable square mile is relatively stable, maybe slightly increasing in our mountain region. We also see that reflected in our Piedmont region. There had a modest increase over the last 15 years, which again reflects the same of the modest increase we saw in those harvest numbers. And of course, in our coastal region, it's more than doubled the harvest per huntable square mile, which again reflected in those harvest numbers. And while this makes sense kind of intuitively, since we're not changing the huntable square miles every year, what's really interesting is when we overlay all three of these graphs together, and we can see in the last few years, all three of these different regions are harvesting turkeys by huntable square mile almost at the same rate. So they're harvesting turkeys by the land available to hunt, the same as that they are in the mountain region, Piedmont region, and coastal region, despite the vast number of birds being difference in the broad number of birds being harvested. And if we look at this on a county level and take the average for the last 3 years, 2022 through 2024, and we look at that middle orange color or darker, we can see that covers about 1/2 to 2/3 of the state, which is about, you know, on average, that middle orange is where they were hitting. And we can see it's greatly varied across the state. We have high harvest numbers in our middle mountains to south foothills, along our northern border with Virginia, and down our coastal region. Now, we can look at Duplin County in our southeast region, and they harvested 800 birds out of that county the last few years. And that makes sense, it's a big county. And they have turkeys harvested greater than 1 for every square mile of huntable land. But we also see that in our north coastal region in Franklin County and our northwest region in Allegheny and Watauga County, as well as several counties around Charlotte. And to kind of put this in a little bit better method, since I don't think in square miles when I go out on the field, on average, that 0.5 to 0.7, that's about a turkey harvested for every 900 to 1,200 acres. And so if we're looking at a turkey for every square mile of huntable land, that's about a turkey or a gobbler for every 640 acres. So that's still a lot of land for every turkey harvested. And we see that reflected in our hunter success. So on average, we estimate about 75,000 hunters go turkey hunting each spring. And 3/4 of them at the end of turkey season did not harvest a bird. It is a non-successful thing. They go home sad. Of our successful turkey hunters, that 25%, 25 or about 20% of them will harvest one turkey. And 5% of our 75,000 hunters will harvest 2 turkeys. And if we take this into a comparison to our deer hunters, 85% of all our deer hunters will harvest at least 1 deer, compared to only 25% of our turkey hunters. So turkey hunting is an extremely challenging thing to go to be successful in harvesting an animal.
And let me start, so do you have that data as far as number of hunters that go back to 2010, 20?
So that number has number of hunters have steadily increased, but the percentage of hunters that are successful, that has remained consistent throughout, the last decade and further back. So even though we have a lot more hunters, there's still only about 5% being successful.
And I may be jumping ahead, but with your turkey season's a lot shorter than deer season. So I don't know if you've broken out like, this is a percentage, but how many hunts of a percentage of hunts do you go on for your average turkey hunter may not hunt, but
We would allow you to hunt them over bait.
Take another look at hunter success. Another way we measure that is how much effort goes into harvesting each turkey. So we estimate the number of days every hunter goes out, divided by the total number of turkeys harvested. So you find on average how many days of turkey hunting is required for every turkey harvested. Now, this does not explain the differences between our experienced hunters and our beginning hunters, but it can indicate, population trends. If population numbers are going down, we would expect hunters are spending more time and more effort to harvest the same amount of turkeys. And we could also see that reflected in possible changes in our hunting techniques or equipment. If all of a sudden a new technique goes out and all our hunters use it, and we see a rapid decline in the amount of hunter effort going in, we can really see that being played out. So if we look at the statewide hunter success rate or hunter effort since 2010, we can see it's remained relatively stable around on average, about 15 days of hunting per every turkey harvested across the state. Now, of course, that's not consistent between our 3 regions. And to some, it may be surprising. Our Piedmont region actually puts in the most hunter effort or hunter days hunted for every turkey harvested, slightly ahead of our mountain region. And our coastal region is noticeably lower than our other 2 regions, floating in around about 5 days less. So the next survey we're going to look at doesn't even involve our turkey hunters, it involves our deer hunters. So our deer hunters who are participating in our deer hunter observation survey, when they sit in their stands and they're watching, and they're often reporting the number of wildlife that they see, the number of antlerless deer, the number of antlered deer, the number of turkeys they saw, the number of fox squirrels, gray squirrels, coyotes, on a variety of wildlife. So this survey tells us how many turkeys are seen in the fall. And if we cap that and say how many turkeys were seen through an X number of hours, that gives us an observation rate. Now, of course, with all these surveys, we need enough participating hunters across the state to make it viable and helpful. And it doesn't account for the differences in visibility these hunters have. You know, they'll have much greater distance and ease of visibility hunting over a field than in our forested landscape. But again, this observation rate can show changes in our population over time. If there's more turkeys on the landscape, we assume we're seeing them more often at a higher rate, so that observation rate would increase. And of course, can help us see those regional differences in our turkey populations. So if we look at hunter observation rate from our deer hunter survey, we can see our coastal region has been greatly increasing, which makes sense based on the harvest and some of the other surveys we see. And our mountain and Piedmont region are relatively stable to maybe a smidge declining as well. So I've kind of given you a variety of multiple different surveys we conduct every year. And all these surveys look at populations and harvest trends, but they all come from different sources. They come from the general public, our turkey hunters, our deer hunters. So they're all independent of each other, and they occur at different times of the year. And this is important because they're all independent, but when we have all these different surveys telling us similar results, we have really good confidence that that's what's really occurring on the landscape, even though all of them have bias. And that gives us a lot of confidence in making management decisions. Now, when these surveys start to disagree with each other and tell different things, we have a little bit more hesitancy of what's actually happening on the landscape, and we know to proceed a lot more cautiously in resulting in that. So another survey we have conducted in the past, and we can't quite conduct every year, was our gobbling, turkey gobbling. We've done big research, but what this survey tells us is gobbling varies greatly between years and greatly varies between locations on a local scale. But if we look on a bigger scale, gobbling is very similar across the regions and between regions. Now, there are limitations. You have to physically put up all these acoustic recorders. And so they have to be manually put out. And they can each recorder can only hear about 250 meters around it. So you have to put a lot of them out in a large area to get a true number. And of course, you have to have all the personnel to not only get up and put all these recorders, but if you have a lot of recorders recording, even a few hours, it's very quickly, we're very able to rack up thousands and thousands of hours of recordings that you have to go through. Now, we do have software to help us process all these thousands of hours, but if you look at a turkey gobbling on a spectrogram, it resembles a lot of other things. So this software can help us narrow it down, but it gets a lot of mistakes in it. So it still requires someone to personally go through each notification of the software to say, yes, this is a turkey gobble. No, that isn't. And that's still hundreds of hours. So it's not feasible right now for us to do it every year. Software is continually improving, but we do have our limits right now. And it's not, we don't have time to spend hundreds of hours proofing this every year. But what this does mean is that because gobbling is so variable by year and by location, that gobbling shouldn't be the only reason or the only factor we use to set our hunting season. It should be one of many reasons. And so if we take a look at our statewide gobbling chronology, we can see that it starts and gets very high in the second half of March and maintains that high level through May. And this is 51 different locations across the state for 4 years. So there are thousands and thousands of gobbles to kind of see the average overall. And we can see if it lines up. Of course, the important thing is how much of this gobbling is occurring during our hunting season. We can see about, on average, 60% of our gobbling occurs every year during our hunting seasons. So still a majority of our gobbling does occur during our season timing. So we've covered a lot of steps of what we do to track the turkeys on an annual basis. We've done a lot of research in the last year, really deep diving into the turkey and what the turkey has to tell us. But the turkey is only 50% of our turkey season equation. And we need to give some attention and more attention to the other half of that, which is our turkey hunters. So in the next year or so, we plan on working very closely with our social science team to delve into a very deep dive survey into our turkey hunters. This includes looking at their hunting techniques. Are they using blinds? How often are they using blinds? Decoys, shotgun gauge? What are their motivations to turkey hunt? And if we have to make changes to the turkey season in the future, what changes would be the most tolerable to our turkey hunters? We'd also like to establish a shorter, briefer annual post-season turkey survey. This will help us get some quicker results onto the number of days they hunted on average, how many hunters do we think went out, how much did they harvest, as well as some of these more harvest details of harvest method, how far was the turkey when they harvested it, what time of day did they harvest it. We kind of do a lot of these survey stuff now, but it's part of a bigger survey where we survey a small subset of all license holders, and we ask them, did you hunt deer this year? How many days did you hunt deer? How many deer did you harvest? Did you hunt squirrels? Did you hunt waterfowl? This survey occurs and begins each year in March. So we're asking our turkey hunters to think about what happened the previous turkey season when they're more focused on the turkey season that's starting in a few weeks, rather than what happened 10 months ago. Now, many of our neighboring states have also done these brief post-annual surveys as well as deep dives, and we can get some gleam idea of what is an idea, what's occurring and could be occurring in North Carolina. For example, if we look at time of harvest occurring in other states, we can see the vast majority of that occurs during the morning with a small percentage occurring in the afternoon. So we can suspect that something very similar is happening in North Carolina. But we'd also need to confirm that, because North Carolina hunters are not South Carolina hunters or Virginia hunters. They're North Carolina hunters, and their thoughts and opinions in their hunting deserves to be individually looked at. So with that, thank you.
I'm glad to know I'm in the 75%. Doesn't get it turkey.
On an unbelievable presentation. A lot of us turkey hunters, and all these questions have been running through our head. You hit just about every single point that I could possibly want to think about and talk about. Thank you very much.
You really did, Ann. You hit some really good points to explain that data to where it made sense. So
I
thank
do
you.
have a question. The population, I mean, I didn't, I get the harvest stats, so do you think the population is larger or less than it has?
Right now, looking on it now in 2025, we are going to do a new official estimation. But I suspect that with turkeys filling in most spots and stuff, that it'll be roughly the same or stable, consistent comparatively, or maybe a very modest increase. But I think we've hit the max on turkey increases across the state, and they filled in all the locations that will hold turkeys.
Mr. Chairman. The comment was actually.
This is a great piece here. This piece or all of this information available on our website.
It will be shortly. We're giving you the first glance at it, but that's the next thing is it's going to go up on our website. I'm going to email it out to our district biologists who have been chomping at the bit to have this because they're getting talks from everybody they're interacting with on the ground.
I wonder if this would be a good two-page insert into our magazine. Next issue, some issue, but anyway.
So since you brought this up, I'll jump up real quick and say, that will be, we're going to send that to you guys in PDF version along with the white paper that I think Chris is going to talk about a little bit that goes into a little bit more detail on some of this. But along with that, I think everyone's aware that we've historically, we've done a number of deer forums. We've done a number of bear forums. What we've never done is a turkey public forums. And so we're gearing up to set that up. The time is right to get out there to talk to our turkey hunters, to take this information to them. And it absolutely will be available on our webpage, but getting out there with something like this in front of the turkey hunters and spending a couple hours talking across the state, talking about habitat. So that is definitely on our plans for after the first of the year. We want to get it relatively close to turkey season so that they're thinking about it. We don't want to do it during deer season, of course. So all in the works for us to get out there and talk with our turkey hunters.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, quick question. Just not to harp on the percentage of deer hunters that are successful versus turkey hunters, but is that deer hunters that harvest a buck or is that deer hunters that just harvest a deer? Just because you can't shoot hens. So it's,
There are caveats again.
excuse, if you're just my deer.
No, that
Kill.
it does have some things. One of the things you'll see
75%.
I'm into 2%.
there are caveats again. We don't have all the deer eligible or all the turkeys eligible like we do a lot of cases in our deer. So there are limits and depending on what state. Another thing we like our hunting engagement coordinator, Dee James, likes to say is a turkey sees a stump and sees a hunter, and a deer sees a hunter and sees a stump. So turkeys are a lot more cautious than our deer. So in a way that they tend to be a little bit more of a challenge. So while they are not a direct comparable because of the harvest, but they are a little bit more challenging than our deer.
And you hunt deer way out in, hunt them at 200 yards with a rifle.
You can do that. You can have them over corn or any other sort of baits. There's a lot of different mixtures in there, but
You did that mainly just to illustrate the purpose, you just showed the difference.
mostly that was to show,
Yeah.
a vast majority of our hunters are not successful and a vast majority of them are not getting 2 birds. So changing, lowering bag limits might not have a very massive effect sort of thing.
This is probably for Chris or Brad. So, the disheartening part to me is the nest failure.
Yeah.
The predation. So I agree with Colleen 1,000%. You can kill 10 coyotes and 10 more come. But if you really got aggressive on a piece of land and you took the coons out, how quick is it gonna take them to kill back? Pretty quick.
So, yeah, the turkeys.
You want to take
I think turkeys would respond pretty quickly to changes in habitat or to changes in predator number. Yeah, I like to say turkeys are our biggest small game species. Yeah, they're habitat based. They respond quickly to changes in habitat or predator numbers, and yeah, they would respond
How quick would the predators kill the gap back?
very quick. Very quick.
On that, what I got out of it, make sure I'm seeing that right, is the poult ratio came way down. Turkey numbers are way up from 270,000 over the same period of time. And it seems to me to that point that there's a whole lot more food for the predators out there now than there ever were too. And so the predators are going to do pretty well also. So predator control in an isolated case would probably do fine, probably help, but I don't think it would be something that you could do on a massive scale and make a big difference because they're just good backfill with turkeys have more poults and then more predators will come in behind them and you just kind of keep redoing that cycle is sort of what I got out of it. Am I thinking right?
Seen in other studies, even massive removal of predators on a massive scale is that the predators that are still left there, they produce young at an even higher rate than those in their surrounding areas because there's an abundance of resources.
So my point with it was, if you concentrate and, you know, I'm not talking 12 months out of the year. So if you got really aggressive right before nesting and just went to work on the coyotes and the skunks and whatnot, she's got a, I mean, they can't fill in that, you know, so she's got a better chance of raising than, I'm not talking about trapping year round or trying to do it that way.
Focus on the pole predators specifically, yeah.
Yep, I think doing a hard
And that's.
amount of trapping in February would be a good thing. We don't have anything to prove it otherwise. But I think, yeah, if somebody wants to go hard after deer season in January and February, it could have an impact. I don't have numbers to say yes or no, but logically you would think that.
Strategic review. That's what I trying to do. Good job. Hey.
One thing that I did hear, one of our esteemed biologists, and Chris, I won't mention your name, he said that, you know, it could be that we're starting to reach equilibrium with the turkey population. If you look at that, and that's sort of what these numbers reflected to me, that we're having turkey everywhere we can have turkey. And we're maintaining the population. And if you look at the chart that she showed where the restoration project started and how the hunting harvests shot up in each of those areas and then it started to level off, and the coast being the last one that has the steepest incline, I think it's safe to say, based on that, that you would expect a decrease in the slope of that line, so that you're not having quite the increase in harvest every year on the coastal regions too, because they're going to reach that same equilibrium over time. Again, I'm kind of inferring, and I think that's what I got out of that. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Thank you. Any more questions for Hannah before Chris gets up there? All right. Thank you very much. Again, excellent presentation, Hannah.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. So, Mr. Chair, my job here for the next couple minutes is much, much shorter. Hannah did the hard part there, the heavy lift. But my job is just to key up, revisit the idea of our wild turkey management goal. And as we do that, obviously, it's on the screen here, but it's also right there on the front of the wall, which is the agency's mission statement. And I'll just leave that right there a minute as we ponder on it. So as our staff and working with the commission over the years, as we've considered what our turkey management goal is, we got to start with that, obviously. That's the starting spot. And the official goal that is in place for wild turkey management right now was adopted by the commission in 2006. So if we think about what was going on in 2006, that was immediately after restoration efforts were done. You know, winter seasons were still very much a thing. Turkey populations were much, much lower than they are today. So that statement was very effective for the time about allowing the population to continue to grow, to promote spring gobbler hunting and those type of things. And I've posited to this group before a couple of times that we might want to revisit that potentially that's a little bit out of date. So what we're bringing to you today is a suggestion for adopting this statement at the bottom as the core of any goal that the commission operates on for turkey. So it is a simplified goal, and that would simply to be what we're suggesting that you adopt would be to provide high quality spring gobbler hunting opportunities by conserving North Carolina's wild turkeys. Now, that's a fairly broad brush statement. And so part of our suggestion also is we don't necessarily stop there. As we continue to get into some of the hunter motivations and behaviors and a deeper understanding of our turkey hunters, we may want to build on that goal statement a bit to talk about, well, what actually is high quality turkey hunting opportunity in the eyes of a turkey hunter. There might be a need to build upon that, but we're suggesting today that we adopt that statement as the core of our turkey management. So I'll just leave it there for discussion, Mr. Chairman, for teeing that up.
The thoughts on can you read that to us, Chris, just so we're all?
I can. So just a statement at the bottom?
Yes.
So the statement at the bottom, the staff is suggesting that the commission adopt the following goal for wild turkey management. And also we're suggesting that you continue discussions about wild turkey management to further develop and expand upon this goal as appropriate. And the statement would be to provide high-quality spring gobbler hunting opportunities by conserving North Carolina's wild turkeys.
And thank you for reading that. And the reason why that's important is again, I think I said that earlier in the meeting, but the key to sales is being easy to buy from. And when you can do that, there's so more license, you get more turkey hunters. And that's really what we're trying to do. And so that's why I think that's an important statement.
So Jim, so are you proposing that the bottom goal replace the top goal?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, is the term high quality necessary, is just quality? Are you building expectations by putting that adjective in there?
Valid point. Objective either way. Chris, I'd be interested in your thoughts on that, seeing as how you.
I mean, I think high quality or quality, either terminology would be good. If it's our goal to be high quality, you don't always reach your goal in the first year. That should be what, I think either one would work fine. I think we are shooting to have high quality, whether we put high quality or just say quality, either is fine.
But I think Commissioner Craig makes a good point, though. It does, the word high probably doesn't have to be there to make that.
No, I don't think the intent of it would change if we drop the word.
If to define quality,
Quality.
define that, what that word is in this.
Yeah, define what quality is. But that's gonna come from the studies to come with the hunters, I think, what they
I think we will continue to learn more about our hunters and more about our turkeys. See, I build.
consider.
Yep.
And maybe I'm different than, so, and I'm great with this statement. Tell me, I mean, how do we get better quality for birds? I mean, it's as good as I've ever seen it. And I don't know how it can get much better. I mean, we're losing land, which is gonna tighten up where these birds can go anyway. I mean, actually, I'm good either way, but I
think
good thing going here.
I think a statement like what's at the bottom there would not necessarily say that we're not at a quality spot. I think as we get requests from turkey hunters or the public or whatever for how we might make changes that might affect that, whether you're thinking about bag limits, or season length, or all those type things, if you have at the forefront that you want to providing quality hunting opportunities, I think that gives you a starting point for whether a potential change is going to help you with that or work against
it. Didn't we experiment with the fall turkey season in Ashe County?
Well, we did. Yeah. Traditionally, prior to the 1970s and 80s, the tradition was hunting turkeys in the fall. And then immediately after this goal was adopted at the top, the one there in 2006, immediately after that, yes, there was a series about 5 or 6 years there where we had winter seasons in those counties along the Virginia border, from basically Wilkes County over to Castle. And those lasted for a few years. And that was part of the reason for emphasizing spring gobbler hunting. Those were a bit more experimental, and there wasn't a lot of hunter participation. Populations did start to decline in those counties a bit, so those were discontinued in, I think, 2009 or 10. It's been a while.
See, when was here, West Seegers was here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
He was pretty contentious.
It was a little toasty.
Yeah.
I got a question. To emphasize spring gobbler hunting by managing the population below maximum sustained yield in order to maintain high quality spring hunting and maximize continued increases in population size and distribution. What are we trying to change? Something that's right?
Here,
That to me is right.
couldn't agree with you more, except for one small thing. I mean, I agree with that statement. I think that's an excellent statement in its time. But if you look at those graphs and what's going on with the turkey population, we're about where we're gonna get. We're not gonna increase a whole lot more. Hannah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think our turkey population is a lot better than it is now.
I could not agree with you.
Really say that.
I could not agree with you more, but it should be our continued goal to strive to increase the population. Is my point. We're taking that out of, on the bottom of the statement.
What's the trade-off? Continue to try to increase the turkey population. What does that cost? What do you have to do? Does that come at the expense of other species that could use that effort to a greater advantage?
Well, I perceive it, I mean, the way we're gonna increase turkey population is predator control, or that's the easiest way, or maybe the.
Well, I sort of see this as the first statement is a specific statement that goes into detail of what we're doing and why we're doing it. The latter statement provides a lot of interpretation and flexibility for the agency. It's sort of how I see that, Steve. So it could be that, you know, all the things that you say about that we all agree are right in that first statement can still be construed in the second statement, even though it's not explicitly in there. That second one's kind of a catch-all, like it basically says.
It's
Right, we're
open,
gonna do
it's
what we
open
gotta
for
do.
interpretation.
Yeah.
It's open for interpretation.
That's.
By the word high there instead of just quality.
And I think
Word replaces a lot of words in the first.
Response?
well, Brad bumped me there in just a moment to mention that in a sense, we have achieved that first goal that's at the top in maximizing the continued increases in population size and distribution. I think that's what a lot of the data that Hannah's going through is telling us that part of it has largely been achieved.
Chris, the term yield, the first one, are you referring to population or kill?
So maximum sustained yield is a very biological harvest-based term that talks about.
Sustained kill.
Yes, that yield would be the number of turkeys that are harvested.
Chris, is there any such thing as having a hatchery or anything like that for turkeys where you get them up to a halt level or whatever else where where they can handle themselves and then release them in different places? Has anything like that ever been discussed?
Those things have been tried in the past, and the bottom line is there's no substitute for a wild hen raising a poult in the wild to make a truly wild turkey.
All you do is feed the predators. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Further discussion on
Stay
that?
away from the net.
Chris, we don't need to do anything in here on this, or?
That's up to you, Mr. Chairman. If y'all want to take action on it, you can. It's a suggestion. We're not in a bad place where we are, but that's up to.
We look to the committee and other members of the commission if they would like to adopt this new management goal statement or leave it as it is. I think the state is clear that both of them are acceptable. I do like the fact that the second one, the new one, is more broad and gives us a little bit of latitude, particularly as I see the population is reaching kind of what I think are our peak. And that first one calls for us to keep increasing them, which is unsustainable. Particularly given the growth of the state, with the urban sprawl and other things that are going on. So to me, I think the second one does kind of speak to what we're trying to do without hanging us into a corner a little bit. Because if we did that first one, we'd probably have to stop.
Well, regardless of whether y'all choose to stay with the top one, switch to the new one, and there's time to consider that. Your staff's not going to quit working any harder for turkeys. Right. That's not an issue.
Yes, sure. If I might, if the committee chooses for us to adopt this new goal, you can vote in committee with the report out tomorrow that you voted for us to adopt this goal.
Okay. I think, do I hear a motion from a member of the committee to adopt this second statement?
I'll make that motion.
All right. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. 2 noes. 3. 3. Well, it looks like we have a tie.
Well, wouldn't it be the committee today? Wouldn't it be the committee today and board tomorrow?
Yes. Like, we'll just report on it tomorrow.
It's cold enough, right? All the committees, but I go. I mean, I'm not trying to, I'm not on the committee. It's down, whoops, that, I mean, y'all get it to tomorrow, I'll vote for it.
But honestly, it seems to make sense.
What does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm asking.
Within 15 minutes, talk about something. Don't even do it.
Make a motion, try to get the meeting up.
Yeah. I second that. Good call. Big name up there.
Can I,
For our committee, it's gonna need to go to.
Jim, can I ask a question? So, I mean, who are we gonna share this new statement with? The turkey hunters?
Yeah.
How are we gonna get it out there? Who?
Same way we get lots of stuff out, web forums that Brad mentioned talking about where we're physically having meetings with them, be part of our turkey management documents we put on the website. Be part of any rule proposal that we might bring forward, you know, in the future. That gives a statement as to what we're trying to do.
The semantics are not going to indicate effort or change effort at all.
Yeah,
It's not broken, why are we trying to change?
I know that what I'm seeing is that first statement says that we have to, that we're going to try and not only maintain, but increase the growth of the turkey population. I don't see that as sustainable. I think that we're just about there now. And we've all said turkey hunting is as good as you think it can get. And to say that we're going to continue to increase the population is probably not the most accurate statement we can have. And it gives us some flexibility as a commission and as a committee to say we're going to maintain the population. We don't have to increase it based on changing that statement. That being said, I'm fine with leaving it like it is. I think everybody in this room really is impartial to it. I don't know that we need to take up the time of this committee or this commission any further on it. I would suggest that we leave it as we have now and maybe revisit it later if we start seeing a concern with the population and revisit that statement. Yes.
I'd like to point out another way to interpret the top statement. Managing the population below maximum sustained yield could be interpreted to mean we're going to shorten the season or lower the bag limits in order to keep the
That's right.
population increasing. And that may send another signal to hunters that.
Call for another vote, maybe it'll change.
Well, Mr. Stone, would you like to reintroduce your motion to our vote?
I've hurt my feelings when you pass.
Somebody earlier today.
All right, I'll make a motion again.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
What is the motion? The motion is to adopt that second management goal statement to replace the first.
We think we've sworn win. Technically.
Which is staff's recommendation, correct?
Well, it's pretty obvious that we got to talk about it, but it's a little confusing, because I've heard several people try to interpret it. The bottom one tells it like it is, if you ask me.
We're trying to sell license to hunters. That's what we do. Yes, Tom.
Is it staff, does staff concur that it's probably unrealistic for us to anticipate that we could experience continued increase in population and distribution?
Yes, I think that's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
That's unrealistic.
To continue to expect the turkey population to continue to increase and size and distribution is not realistic based on it. I mean, I'm not saying there's no room for improvement, but we're kind of there.
But you know, the things that we're putting in place going forward on moving the season back beyond the nesting day, the things on changing the age limit, all points to the top end.
Well, In my opinion, I hear you, Steve, or Commissioner Wyndham, I think you're exactly correct in that interpretation, but I think it's also a correct interpretation that we're being proactive in sustaining the population by those changes and not letting it do what some of our neighbor states have done.
I guess it's when you look at the glass.
Half empty. That's exactly right. I'd like to call for one last vote, and this will be the last one. All those in favor of adopting the turkey management goal recommended by staff at the bottom, please say aye.
I'm gonna change my vote to an aye.
Aye. All those opposed? No. Ayes have it, it passes. Thank you, Chris. All right, I'd like to call Chris Turner up.
John, you're feeling it. Make sure you feel a little better now.
We'll remove Wendell from the wild person.
Take from you to the rest of it.
Teach you to feel a little better. I mean, yeah. That's no good. Feel good.
We take it easy, Grace. Thank you.
And we got the other one.
All that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm the other Chris. We have a lot of Chris's in this agency. And I'm glad to be here in front of you today as the Game Birds and Wildlife Health Supervisor with the Game and Fur Bearer program. So this is the first opportunity I've had to stand in front of you, and I appreciate that opportunity. We're going to change gears just a little bit. Hannah did a really good job at introducing surveys. She hit some of the points that needed to be made as far as understanding why we survey and what we get from our surveys. So I will be touching on our small game and hunter harvest surveys as a monitoring tool, both statewide and regionally for small game. So I'll start out by saying there's a lot of small game species in this state, depending on who you ask. But we're going to focus today on the surveys that we do to monitor small game populations of our primary resident small game species. Pretty easy to remember. We got 3 species of rabbits, the eastern cottontail, Appalachian cottontail, and marsh rabbit on the coast. 3 species of squirrels, gray squirrels, which are statewide and very abundant. Fox squirrels, which you find in the northwestern part of the state, the sandhills and the coast, and red squirrels, which we find in the mountains. And then 3 species of upland game birds, bobwhite quail, which are statewide in distribution, and then rough grouse, which are found in the mountain region of the state. I've added ringneck pheasants in that because we do have a population of ringneck pheasants on the coast, but we're not going to monitor them today. So I'll start out just by talking about how critical. I'm sorry.
Can I tell the difference between an Appalachian cottontail and an eastern cottontail with 2 of them side by side?
Yeah, very likely you would not be able to. That is something that we've been working on with our diversity team in understanding the differences between these 2 species. So there are some small differences. But DNA certainly answers the question in the end. I believe you can tell them apart if you really get down to it. But I think we're getting better at that in understanding that. Thank you. So I'll start out by just talking a little bit about small game species, because that kind of gets us going into the discussion of why it's important that we monitor them. They're critical resources in our state, and they always have been. At one time, they provided more than just food for our families. They carried us in that way, but they also provided other income through local and regional markets. I found an article in Our State magazine that had an interesting history on cottontail rabbits in Chatham County during the time period between the 1880s and the 1950s. Really not that long ago. Around 1912, there were records of 35,000 rabbit carcasses shipped by rail from Chatham County through Siler City to New York and Connecticut. for the restaurants there. That says a lot about where we've been, doesn't it? Times change, but our small game roots, they run deep. Our small game species continue to be important resources statewide, and scenes like this one, I think probably bring back a lot of nostalgia, because they continue to happen every fall and every winter, as they always have. They bring back special memories for many hunters. When you see beagles, boys, girls, and dogs and shotguns walking in fields, it does something to us and reminds us of the past in a lot of ways, but it's still part of our present and future. So while many young hunters now have an opportunity to harvest a deer as their first game animal, I think most older hunters probably cut their teeth on rabbits, squirrels, quail, doves, and ducks. How many of you had a squirrel or a rabbit to weight your game coat for the very first time? You know, I certainly did. So it's still an important part of our history and our future. Understanding our small game populations begins with what we know about each species, including the species biology and life history, species distributions in the state, and species habitat requirements. I think is critical that we understand the habitat needs of species in order to manage for these small game species statewide. Keep forgetting the button. So habitat for small game has always been a result of the ways we altered the land with the ways we live. Wherever there's suitable habitat, meaning food, water, shelter, and space in a suitable arrangement, we have those species present. In local places where optimal habitat conditions exist through active management, we can have resident small game populations that are present in abundant numbers. So very, very important that we remember habitat in all of our discussions, but just knowing and understanding habitat requirements doesn't get us where we need to be as far as accomplishing long-term monitoring for these common and abundant species. There are certainly some challenges with monitoring these species. One challenge is that they're widely distributed across the state and very common. They're hard to count on a large scale because they are abundant, and the populations change constantly. They're very dynamic in nature. So bottom line, we can't count all individuals. You know, sometimes that's a desire, but we can't do that. And fortunately, a true population count is not necessary in order to monitor these populations over time. So I'm going to hit this real quick, simply because I think Hannah did a really good job of introducing what surveys do and what they don't do. Surveys are certainly not a full count of individuals in a population, but they can provide indicators that link us to relative abundance. That's very important, because our use of our surveys is based on the primary assumption that the index, which is some count for some specific unit, is directly related to population density. So we don't get a full count, but we do get what we need to understand changes over time. Surveys, in order to be useful, they have to be consistent and structured, meaning they have to follow a survey protocol. That survey protocol tells us when we need to do the survey, where we do it, and how we do it. It also helps us to maintain detection rates and reduce bias by making sure that our surveys are done in a uniform way. That way they're comparable over time and over space. Useful surveys also provide an index to population changes when we have years of data over time and space. So we can do comparisons statewide and regionally. And well-constructed surveys actually provide long-term trends. So when we have trend comparisons between years or among combined years, it provides us with a very useful tool for understanding where we have been and where we are headed. So I wanted to touch on some of the surveys that we do as an agency. These surveys are repeated over several areas for multiple years and are necessary to measure how species abundance indices vary over time and space. These include field counts, field surveys of specific species. We use field counts not just for understanding presence and absence and distribution, but we also can use those counts to inform our management. So whenever we do surveys along a road where we're counting animals that we hear, that gives us a number heard per some specific unit, such as grouse heard drumming per listening station per year. And that can become an index to abundance when we tie things together like we should. WRC survey routes monitor small game population trends, changes over time, because some of these surveys have gone on for decades. Our quail summer call counts went from the 1950s all the way into 2012 when they were discontinued. Our rough grouse drumming survey has run since 2002 until now. We also do additional survey work on an annual basis on other species. So in addition to field surveys, we also use hunter input through mail surveys and voluntary surveys with our hunters, licensed hunters. Mail surveys can not only provide insights into changing hunter opinions and attitudes, but hunter harvest surveys can provide harvest data on multiple species over time. So that goes down into some other things that we continue to do. Our avid hunter surveys by small game species. We have a rabbit avid hunter survey, quail avid hunter survey, and grouse avid hunter survey. Our hunter harvest survey, which is done annually with a randomly selected group of licensed hunters. And then our deer hunter observation survey, which Hannah touched on, we tend to call it DHOS. It has become a very useful tool for watching observations of certain species over time. So when we tie field surveys in with hunter harvest surveys, it yields a robust index that we can watch as a trend type avenue of monitoring. So over time, we can monitor trends and changes that we see in populations and in hunter numbers and in hunter success. So I'm just going to hit real quickly on a few of the surveys that we currently do. I'll start out with a rough grouse drumming survey, which has gone on since 2002. That's an annually done survey between March and early April. It's a road survey with currently with 35 routes with 635 listening stations where the observer stops and listens for drumming grouse for 4 minutes before moving on to the next station a half mile down the road. Very seldom do we have a picture of the one doing the survey, but this is actually a selfie of Hannah. Hannah administers these surveys, but with the cooperation and assistance of LAWA and operations as well. It takes lots of people to have the observers to do these early morning sunrise surveys. The important thing here is that the routes are spread out throughout the mountain region. You can see here, that is our part of grouse range, the rough grouse range that's in North Carolina. And it gives us an understanding of regional trends and grouse populations within the portion of our grouse range. So coming from that survey, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You can see since 2002 to 2023, when you graph out the number of grouse heard drumming per station, you see a declining trend. So that gives us some information to kind of watch. I think it's important here to understand that 1 year of data doesn't tell us a whole lot. But when we continue to do this survey in a consistent way, the data continues to strengthen, and we can make long-term comparisons and long-term trend answers. So there's also an avid hunter survey for grouse. That is hunters that keep a log of their hunts and record hunting trips, length of hunt, flush rates by hour, which is an index of abundance, and grouse harvested. You'll see here that our average grouse flush rate for our hunter harvest, our avid hunter surveys, also shows a declining trend in flushes. So when you tie the two surveys together, the field survey and the avid hunter survey, you start to be able to have a really good picture of where things may be going, and it opens the door for discussions about management. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but this is the discontinued summer quail survey. You can see from 1957 to 2012, over 50 years of survey data here. You see the declining trend that we all know has occurred across the Southeast. Today, we continue to use the avid quail hunter survey, which has been ongoing since 1984. Your long-term survey. In 2022, there were 40 avid quail hunters who logged their hunts, 548 hunts that were basically documented and detailed so that we can better understand our quail hunting and quail hunters and the harvest. I think you see here, the red line is the coastal plain. You see a decline through all regions, but you see a little bit of probably some stabilization in the coastal numbers at about a half a covey flush per hour of hunting. So certainly the coast continues to be a high point of our quail hunting. Finally, our avid rabbit hunter surveys have gone on, I think, for close to 16 years. Same types of information come from hunt logs, and what you see here is actually a 10-year trend of rabbits jump per hour, which is also considered an index of abundance. The more rabbits that you might find in the field, the more likely you are to bump a rabbit as you hunt. So these numbers add up towards probably would be considered a stable trend or slightly increasing trend when it comes to rabbit flushes. So changing gears just a little bit, we go to a male survey that's gone on since 2010. It's a very important survey tool because it consistently provides important data regarding hunter numbers, hunter effort, as well as estimates of hunter harvest by species. So it addresses multiple species. It's sent out to about 6% of our licensed hunters will respond to this survey. We actually have somewhere above a 30% response rate on the survey that goes out. That's close to 40,000 licensees that receive the survey annually. So it goes out in a big way and provides statistically valid estimates for total hunters, total harvest, and total days hunted. That goes back to the effort that Hannah spoke about. So this is a lot to see, but you see that it actually estimates the number of hunters who hunted a certain number of species. You see gray squirrels have estimated 51,117 hunters with 345,663 estimated as harvested. So you can go right down the list. These numbers, when we start to tie them together, allow us to watch trends, not just in species numbers, but in the harvest. So finally, I wanted to bring up the Deer Hunter Observation Survey again. It's gone on since 2014. It provides an estimate of observations per 1,000 hours. So when we look at that, we're looking at we use the fact that deer hunters see more than just deer when they're deer hunting. And we can utilize that information to track observations over time, which gives us some interesting information, particularly for fur bearers. That's one of the things that really stands out in that survey. but we also use it for, we can look at gray squirrels and fox squirrel observations over time. So what you see at the top is, since 2014, the change or trend of fox squirrel observation rates per 1,000 hours versus gray squirrel observation rates per 1,000 hours. The key there is the number of gray squirrel observations peaks out at about 1,000 per 1,000 hours. Fox squirrels peaks out at about 30 per 1,000 hours when you start to tie it all down. That has to do with the abundance of fox squirrels and distribution of fox squirrels in only part of the state. You can see that down below. Fox squirrel observation rates, when we crunch it, bless you, when you crunch it down to a 5-year average, we start to have a really good picture of some of the county observation rates, which becomes very interesting when you look at fox squirrel distribution on the right. What you see there is basically fox squirrel range within North Carolina. So that's what I had for you today. Our surveys give the Wildlife Commission an effective means of gathering biologically based population data statewide. The trend information we receive provides a basis to track population changes and to inform management decisions over time. The use of hunter surveys allows the WRC to communicate directly with our constituents on an annual basis. Can you really put a value on that? When it comes down to the conversations that we're able to have with our avid hunters and with our licensed hunters, it becomes very important that we maintain and foster those relationships, because we get a lot more out of it than just numbers on a piece of paper when it comes down to it. We get assistance with other projects from some of these contacts. So our hunters also benefit as well, because they learn a lot about the populations that they're hunting, that they're so passionate about. And I think that understanding and knowledge becomes a powerful part of carrying our small game roots ahead into the future, into the next generation. So I leave it there. You see here the 2022 Game and Fur Bearer Program Summary Report. I encourage everybody to take a close look at these survey reports. We're working on the 2023 one right now. There are archived copies online, and you really can get into the work that goes on in some of these projects and really get to see some of the data when it's all boiled down as far as understanding how we're going to manage over time. So with that, I'll ask for any questions. Yes, sir.
In the interest of time, if you could take questions after the meeting, if anybody.
Yes, sir.
Questions, Chris, if you could just hang around a few minutes and take questions then. We are running a little bit over. And I've talked about the Caswell Small Game Focal Area update, which I really want to do. But again, in the interest of time, I think we're going to save that for the next meeting. I do want to emphasize, though, the Caswell Game Land particularly is important to keep up with, because it's something we committed to, and I want to see it followed through and that we stay updated on that.
I'll be quick, Mr. Chairman. I thought a great presentation. Hope you present again. That was very informative. We had a big conversation about this several years ago, and I just think that the hunter data is rife with bias. I think you got the fox watching the hen house, and I think it's a discussion I'd like to have more of in the future about the survey.
Let's talk about that after the meeting and see what we can do. Good there. Thank you, Commissioner. Chris, again, thank you very much. Excellent. Any further comments?
We do.
I'd like to call the Fisheries Committee to order. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. Margo, can you make a roll call?
I'm going to do a roll call for our Fisheries Committee members. Committee Chair, John Stone. Committee Vice Chair, Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Committee Member Tommy Campbell.
Here.
Committee Member Brad Stanback.
Here.
Committee Member Hayden Rogers.
Here.
Committee Member Mike Alford.
Here.
Ex officio members Monty Crump.
Here.
Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a forum.
Thank you, Margo. To start out with, we're going to talk about turkey trout management. We've been talking about it for several years. Hopefully today we can put it to bed one way or the other. I'll put a PowerPoint presentation together for you. This actually has nothing to do with trout.
Either you or Tommy wasn't putting it together, that's for sure. It wasn't.
Going to document that this day I didn't catch a very good.
That's pretty mackerel holding
You can do the next slide. Or I'll tell you what, go back.
I've ever seen where Tommy's Fish is done.
I sent out to the Fisheries Committee yesterday a white paper that the fisheries staff here put together on trophy trout management. And my presentation is based on that white paper. Hopefully you got a chance to read it. It's only 4 pages without the charts. And what I'm going to do today is kind of go through the information I got from that. And I don't know who I did it was to write that white paper, but it was brilliant, really, because it clarified a lot of things. I think it showed me what the biggest obstacle was to this, what we've kind of been going back and forth with staff about. I'm going to go through that. Then we're going to entertain questions and see what the pleasure of the committee is. Next slide. So the white paper came out with a statement that most streams in North Carolina are too warm to support trophy trout waters year round. And I agree with that. Also, no streams in North Carolina are fertile enough to support trophy trout waters. I've agreed with that. Although state record brown trout in Horse Pasture Creek got to 24 pounds, that stream must be fertile. So they're out there, but it's not in the majority of the streams. Next slide. This trout I caught in the trophy trout waters, the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. We went up for our commission meeting. I went in a day early to fish their trophy trout. This is about I don't know, 4, maybe 3 pound trout. But that was one of the stock fish in their streams. Staff also made a statement that the efforts to raise trophy trout will mean less non-trophy trout can be stocked, which I agree with. Cost estimates that staff came up with to buy trophy trout size trout from private hatcheries is about $7.50 a fish. It was a range of $6 and $9, average $7.50 a fish. And I understand that. All anglers state they want to catch more and larger fish. And we're in agreement on that. The Setzer Fish Hatchery production will be offline for 2 years. The trophy size trout will not occur until 2028 and will not be available until late 2029, which is, something is off, something needs to be dealt with. It's certainly the case. And I actually found this statement to be very compelling from staff that commission staff suggests multiple streams would need to be selected across the mountain region for stocking trophy size fish to provide sufficient angling opportunities to satisfy the demand. So I certainly think it will be something that will be well received. There will be demand, and staff is agreeing with that. And actually, we talked about a single stream as sort of a test run. I think they're seeing that, it may need to be more than that. Next slide. The chart, I think it was chart 3, did a deep dive into the Eastern Band of the Cherokee Indians and how they approach their trout program. Also, the state of Pennsylvania, as well as what the commission's doing with hatchery supported waters and delayed harvest waters. What I kind of keyed in when I saw all those numbers side by side was the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. By the way, this guy on the right was my fishing guide on Lake Appalachia. We were fishing for smallmouth and we got into these huge brown trout, which we stocked up there. So that is actually trophy trout water. We just kind of don't recognize it that way. And it's not traditionally the way you fish for trout. We were chunking minnows to, bait casters. I didn't see anybody. I've been up there fished probably 6 or 8 times. I've never seen anybody specifically fishing for brown trout and fly fishing. Certainly nobody was doing that because it's deep water, but it could be done. Anyway, going back to the Cherokee Indians, their stream, their entire trophy trout water program is a 2.2 mile section of one river. They stock 300 fish a year, 4 pounds plus. At that $7.50 cost, 300 fish would cost $2,250. The Cherokee Indians have shared with me the revenue that they receive from their trophy trout waters. It's a separate permit in addition to their fishing license. I did not think to ask permission to share the specific numbers with you. So I don't feel good about giving you that information, but I can tell you this. Going back the last 5 years, they've had a 6% year-over-year increase in participation. So it's something that is working very successfully for them. But based on what they're doing in North Carolina, quite frankly, was so successful, I'm proposing we just copy it. You'd have cost of the fish of $2,250. The trophy trout water permit revenue, and I put permit in there because if staff is correct, and this is so popular, you need multiple streams, and we don't have multiple streams, we may need to look at some type of permit process rather than a fishing license, because it could be that everybody shows up, all the fish get hammered, and it kind of crashes. So a permit process would spread out the play. I think it would be something that you would need to limit play. The revenue, $100,000 is very realistic. $100,000 is very conservative. Certainly be enough revenue to stock 600 fish. Maybe pay for another wildlife officer or another technician for doing the stocking if it's out of the typical protocol for how we stock the streams. Next slide.
Would it be tag and release so they get to keep so many or what?
Catch and release only. So I know there's bound to be questions about this.
I was debating this hook for you. That's not real if y'all were fishing.
No. When Tommy caught this fish, I had a lot. And I invited Kevin Howell, who's president of the North Carolina Guide and Outfitters Association up in the mountains, to come and give us, I bounced some things off him about would this be well received, fishing, would it be well received. The guide, sort of the consensus building we were talking about this morning, with the kayaking groups and so forth, for the permitting, to give us his opinion whether or not this would be well received. I didn't put this presentation together till yesterday. Absolutely have not put as much effort into this as I should have, but when I saw the statement from staff about how we may need to have multiple streams, maybe you didn't need to make the drive, but since you're here, would you just give us a 90-second whether you think this is a good idea or just the concept to be well received by fishermen? How long have you been in business? You're Davidson River.
I've been in business Davidson River for 30 years.
And how many guides do you have?
18 guides.
Okay. All right. So you do a lot.
But for the Guides and Outfitters Association, I talked to the board about it, and we see two types of anglers through our thing. We see a seasoned angler who's here in the fall, the spring, and winter. They're the guys that are out there. And then the summertime, we have all the people coming in from Florida, from South Carolina, Georgia, wherever. And those anglers are first-time anglers, first-time mountain trout anglers. And we have no place to take them other than up into the high Blue Ridge streams. So we see that something like this would be worth exploring, offer to them in the summertime so that we can get younger generations hooked and then the bigger fish.
So the thing the white paper did for me was a lot of the discussion and a lot of the angst was over how you keep large fish alive year round. If the streams are too water or too warm or too infertile to sustain them and so forth. Then it dawned on me, we don't need to keep them alive year round. The entire program, the 750,000 trout we stock each year die each year. Because of all the reasons outlined in the white paper. I don't know why we don't do that for another 300 to 600 fish. We just grow them up larger. We just get bigger fish. So my hope would be that if we go forward with this, staff can look at some streams potentially that are cool enough where the fish can overwinter. I know in the Tuckasegee, I see fish there that we catch are obviously holdovers. from previous years. So there are places where it's just, you know, the water temperature and fertility has sustained trout year over year. But if we can't, I don't think that matters because everything else is a put and take. There's no reason why this couldn't be put and take. As far as retention of anglers, right now, the trout we stock, Christian, are they pretty much between 10 inches and 14 inches?
The majority of them are between 10 and 14 inches, but then we do 4% big fish, which is pretty equivalent to what Cherokee does, that are 18 plus inches.
Right. So if you get tired of catching 10-inch trout, and you want to get a 20-inch trout, takes another year and a half to grow that trout. I think that'll bring people back that maybe have gotten into a funk over catching 10 to 14-inch trout. You know, I go all over the world fishing. The day I spent up there on the Cherokee trophy waters, I thought was world class. I mean, it's better than a lot of trips I've taken to Wyoming and Montana. I had a picture in there of me catching. I actually got into a bunch of brown trout that were up there also. If it could be where we find a stream that is appropriate for this, have to sort that out. Where they could, the temperatures can be low enough year round. I think it has to be under 70 degrees year round. There probably would be some holdovers, but most people can't fly out to Montana. Since this would be a new license or a new permit, it would require legislative approval. And what we could do is set that up to achieve other goals. If we want to do something for youth, where 25% of the permits are set aside for certain populations, we could do that. But I think it's something that if it turns out to be as popular as everybody's thinking it is, we'd have to limit play in some way. But all that can be sorted out. Yes, sir.
So obviously for this to work, we'd have to take some of our existing trout stream and restrict access. So I would want to see some specificity behind that and what areas and what are our current trout fishermen losing.
Right, no, that's exactly right. Whether we take like a hatchery supported or delayed harvest and convert it to this, we need to see who that impacts. Whether there's anglers think it's a good idea or a bad idea, or maybe since we're only talking about 2 miles of stream, we can bring some new streams into the program that aren't currently installed. There's a lot of streams out there. Yes, sir.
Can I, let me ask Kristen a question. I'm reading your white paper. In that first slide, you said 2 to 3 years, I believe, before the hatcheries would be ready to start growing fish. I thought it was 4 to 5 to 6 years.
Well,
we hadn't even started construction.
No, sir. So construction will be 20.
So we got to demolish it.
Yep.
Get it totally down. Then we got to rebuild it.
Yep.
And what's the timeline on that? Reasonable.
So we're looking forward to hopefully having fish, small fish, start the process back in 2027. And then it'll take time to grow fish. We're hoping we can kind of seed that with some larger fish, buying the 10 inchers, maybe from either other states or getting them from private producers. But then it would take another 2 years, year or two to get them up to a 20-inch fish.
So just walk me through this. I'm simple.
Okay.
If we got it up and built in 1927.
Yeah.
Or 2027.
2027. I knew what you're talking about. Yeah.
2027. How long would it take from then to we could start replenishing without buying on the open market the amount of trout that we normally stock?
So if we started just with eggs, it's gonna take us about a year to get us to 10 inches. So those bigger fish is gonna take somewhere between 2.5, 3 years.
So you're talking basically 2030.
Before we would have our own. Now, what we hope to do is get, like we did after the hurricane, get some hatchables from, say, Tennessee
And then we bring those catchables over, then those catchables are already at 10 inches. And then another year, year and a half, we could have them bigger. So we're hoping to be a little quicker than 2030, but yeah, it's gonna take 2.5 years to get us back to where we are right now.
So my question, John, if you picked out 2.5, 3.5, 4 miles of stream front, how are you gonna get the trout, the 18-inch trout, 20-inch trout? Where do we get them?
We grow them.
So you're not even talking about till 2030.
Well, there's two places we can get them. First of all, I don't care if this is a 5-year plan or this is a 10-year plan. I think that's okay. We just need to have a plan. But whatever we stock a trophy fish, that fish is going to be in the raceways for 1.5 years longer than what we're stocking now with the non-trophy trout. Right, Christian?
Yeah, well, it depends on how big you want them. If you want 18, it's 1.5 years, it may be closer to 2 if you're talking 20 plus.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So if you could get a 20-inch fish in 2 years, so we would have to retain the fish in the raceway. So Steve, that means that raceway is taken out of production for stocking the smaller fish.
And what impact will that have on our everyday fishing?
Let me answer that question. So for every 100 big fish we raise, how many 10-inch fish do we lose?
I'll let Christian answer that, but.
That's a good way to ask the question.
But Steve's question was, how does that impact our existing stocking? And it doesn't at all for this reason. Since we took out the education center, we've increased our capacity with additional raceways, 250,000 fish. So instead of 750,000 trout, we got 1 million trout. So we're not taking anything away from what we're doing currently as far as growing these fish. We're taking fish away for what we would do in the future.
We said we weren't meeting current demand with 750.
Meeting current demand with 750.
Yeah.
I don't know. We weren't. I hadn't seen any analytics on that, whether that we weren't meeting demand with 750,000. I think the staff's statement that people want more fish and bigger fish are both true. With this additional 4 million fish, we're doing both of that. We're giving them more fish and we're giving them additional fish. Now, the other place you can get these fish is what Christian said, buying from other hatcheries. So we can have somebody else. We're only talking 300 fish to mimic what the Eastern Bend and Cherokee Indians. If we can buy them from somebody else. Yeah,
I'm not on the committee, I just got a question. So if you're
a very open committee, we love.
I appreciate that.
Non-fishermen as well as fishermen.
So as far as I'm concerned, if your numbers are accurate, and you think this is gonna generate an extra $100,000 through the permit process, why are we talking about raising fish? Go buy it. And I mean, if you tell me we can spend $2,200 and raise 100,000. Now, I'm like Mark, my only concern is that those fish are not, cause I can tell you, there's a lot of people from Piedmont go up there and it's a put and take. They up there to put food on the table. They not, the boys that I know that are going up there, they want to catch fish and eat fish. They don't care if it's that big or that big, they want to eat and catch fish.
So I can only imagine the guys you're hanging out. But I've seen these now that are catching lease on, right, Christian?
Yeah, but yeah, upper watershed, typically they're wild trout. Yeah, fish.
Don't give Dave the specific names of those streams because it might tell us streams, but we have streams now that catch lease.
Christian, can you for every 100, if we were to raise them ourselves, which if we were gonna do this, that's what we would want to do long term, is so we don't have outside contamination. For every 100 big ones we raise, how many 10 inches are we giving up?
So to answer that specific question and then to talk real briefly about the private production. So a 100-foot raceway, which is what we've got, we'll have it set, sir. They're sectioned out a 100-foot raceway. 100-foot raceway can hold about 22,000, a little over 22,000 10-inch fish. To hold the 18-inch fish, it's about 2,600. So it's
10 to 1.
Yeah, 10 to 1 of what we can hold. Now, production makes it a little different, and this is on the private side and on our side as well. When you look at it as just 300 fish, that's easy. But when you start talking about trying to partition out those raceways so that you can grow and hold 300 fish, that it becomes a little bit more difficult. And so, having a raceway where you have 25 or 2,600 fish versus trying to figure out how to hold just 300 fish. And so that's where some of the discussion points that we have brought up is about, some of the delayed, like enhanced delayed harvest, for example, where we could do it at multiple locations, slightly different than what Cherokee does, but could and would do it at different locations. And we would produce those bigger fish on a more regular basis for that purpose. With the private industry, those were we reported the numbers that we got for what you could buy big fish now. Some of those producers do produce big fish now, and they produce those big fish for folks like Kevin Howe, who buys them and puts them out in their waters. But typically that's a one-time a year purchase. They've planned to grow those fish to a certain size. They're available for a few months. If you're talking about 300 fish that are stocked 12 months a year over that whole time period, then that's basically going to force that private producer to do the same thing that we would do at Setzer, which is to dedicate multiple raceways to being able to grow fish on that basis so that you have large fish available every month. And if that happens, we know good and well that the price of that fish is going to go much higher. And that's essentially what we've been told, is that it would be quite a bit more, but nobody will give us an actual estimate on what that would cost.
Current stocking is, you said 4% larger fish?
Yes, sir.
What size are they?
So what we consider larger fish are 14 inches or better. But if you look at the data of what we've stocked over the last 5-10 years, many of them are pushing 16, 17, 18 inches or better. There's a lot more bigger fish than what we actually claim.
Let me back up a second. Something that you said, Mark, I don't know if I totally agree with you that we would do, we have to do everything in-house rather than buy fish because of the have control, was it disease control, that kind of thing?
Potential.
Yeah, for this reason, how, don't we have like 25 people that we issue permits to that are stocking waters now privately?
They're done with that answer.
25, maybe more than that. So they're already buying from these private hatcheries and stocking. So whatever system's in place to ensure that they're not contaminating waters is in place.
And they're probably stocking the same water that we're stocking?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I looked at joining a club over there on Mills River that the guy is doing privately. He has a permit. He sells memberships. I'm about to join the club in Virginia where they do the same thing. So I don't think there's anything dirty about buying them from another fish hatchery, because those fish hatcheries in North Carolina are on our waters. Our streams are feeding into it. The raceways are feeding back out. So if there's an issue there, that's I think a separate issue. Now, Christian, so the current price for a trophy fish is $7.50, according to the information you gave me. But they've indicated that if we start buying them, the price is going to go up.
Well, if we go and say we want 300 big fish, and they say, okay, we can deliver you 300 big fish in October, and they plan it in, then it would be $7.50. But if we are wanting 22 fish every month that are 4 pounds or bigger, then what they have to do to maintain those, making sure that they have that size fish continuously through the year, is different than the way they currently do production. Their production right now is set up where they need a 10-inch fish for the food market. They need it this month. And so that's the way they grow it.
So would the cost double?
There, some estimates have been it would be $20 to $25 a fish or more.
The price would triple.
Could triple. I don't know. They won't give us a good answer.
Well,
Just like they haven't given us, they wouldn't give us a good answer.
Well, let's assume it does what you just said.
Okay.
I'm now spending $7,000 and I'm making $100,000. Tell you what, we'll bump the fee, the permit up a couple of bucks, cover that delta.
I will also say those producers that we talked to about that probably said they probably would not be interested, simply because they can produce and use those raceways to produce fish for the food market and still do better than the hassle of dealing with us. In fact, that's part of the problem that we've had with trying to get fish during the shutdown, is because, you know, we do require those producers to be disease-free. We do require things of them that others don't. And so, you know, routinely buying fish from the private market is not something that we've had much success with.
Yeah, and I may be down in the weeds for that. I'm just saying that's something we should keep an open mind about. Let me hear from somebody that hadn't spoken. Mike.
You said it was 6% per annum growth, the Cherokee. How does that compare to you know, our stats per annum? Do we know?
Or the current fishing license?
Yeah.
Kyle, you know everything.
I have no idea because I've never fished Cherokee.
So last I looked, hunting license were trending down. Fishing license were slightly trending up. I'm assuming that that's still the trend. I don't know.
Do we track social media engagement on the rivers that we stock in terms of, you know, pictures that are posted, sort of our fishing brand, if you will, in North Carolina for trophy trout, and how that may correlate with heads and beds and tourism in some of the western areas? I mean,
so we have done trout angler opinion surveys. Doug probably again is the best one to answer because he's the one that's been spearheading a lot of those. But no, we don't track social media impacts other than our own.
I fish out west a fair amount, and it's amazing how much they aggregate that data, and they attract people from out of state by really nice fish that they make damn certain is held a certain way and presented a certain way. And
are any of those photos on social media of fish that are between 10 and 14 inches?
None. In fact, very few or less than 20 inches.
So did you come up with that data on the 2250 and get back 100, or did Cherokee give you some data that kind of?
They shared with me what the revenue that they're getting.
Yeah, so here's my take on it. I've dealt with Cherokees a lot over a lot of things up there, and they're straight up honest about it. What blows my mind about that is they control a lot of water. If they're getting that kind of return, well, they don't have 10 miles of stream, not 2.2 miles.
Yeah, they're expanding. They're expanding their hatchery. They're expanding their waters. They're doing the program with. They view it, from all the people I talked to, as a very successful part of their economic plan and doing things for regional. I kind of, look, there's no secret, I've been a fan of this kind of concept from the beginning, but I sort of see this as you have these really nice areas of waters throughout the country, but that are private, people can't access, right? If you have the ability to join the club, you can do those things. Marty and I have talked about this a lot. Something like this allows anybody to have an opportunity to do that, right? So if you want to partake in this, you can have that full experience. Now, we're going to have to limit the play or whatever the concept you use there, but to me, it's not about whether we grow the fish, whether we buy them, or some combination. The economics and availability, the market will figure that out for us, right? Like, these guys can go do their research. Christian said he's, run into some challenges, but, people buy fish from somewhere. They're buying big. So that I got to believe that if there's a demand, we could find something like this. But I don't think to me, it's not about whether we should definitely do it or not do it. To me, it's about, we're trying as an agency to manage resources and continue to pass on the experiences many of us had as a kid, keep people involved in outdoors, fishing, hunting, and so forth. If we do the same thing over and over, it gets old, it gets tired, and we see the numbers decline. States like West Virginia and others are doing all kinds of really creative things with their trout program and the resources to try to be different, to try to differentiate from other states and competitors. I think they call it monster trout or something in West Virginia. They've got.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Let me finish. So I just say, I think we should at least task staff, put some options together for us. What can this look like? What kind of creative sort of, kind of private public partnerships that sort of like that model, right? Where you think of how a fee structure could work with a program that you wanted to reoccur. You have options to tie in with other agencies or resources. If you pick a challenged area that we want to do this, Graham County is one that's of particular interest to me. That county is not suitable for a lot of other economic activities. They lost their only furniture plant. They struggle with that kind of traditional thing. But resources are a hell of an asset they have there, the fishing and hunting and so forth. Our agency has a duty to help, to be mindful of those things as we make decisions as well. Sorry, that's all I got.
So there's not any other reason, I'm assuming that the permit would be substantially more expensive than just a regular fishing license. That you would limit access to it, or is it some kind of random draw? Because we're not really talking about equal access to the resource now. We're talking about a more exclusive access, if that's the case. And
Right, but we're doing that all up and down our licensure program now, right? You have different degrees of license that you buy and different costs.
yeah, but not for the same reason. So it's potentially excluding some of our constituents because it would come at a higher price tag for the same resource that we produce.
So
Let me jump in right here. I understand you made a nice presentation, John. It's great white paper. What's the end result you're looking for? What are you asking the Fisheries Commission committee to do?
So what I would hope would come out of this meeting today is a motion to direct staff to move forward with establishing a trophy trout program.
Establishing or studying?
No, to establish a program. Now, what that'll end up looking like, we don't know today. They'll have to come back to us with different options, different reasons, it still is a work in progress. But to move forward with the concept, otherwise, if we can't do that, I'd rather us just stop talking about it. Because it's been going on for years.
Steve, my point was, if the anglers truly want more fish and bigger fish, should we not make that available to all anglers? And if we have the resources, should we not be stocking more bigger fish in all of our streams where it's available to all our constituents? Instead of some exclusionary type, we've not done that with the other resources.
I agree with that totally, but what's the price tag that comes with that going down the road? And I can't,
Well, and we know how important trout industry is economically. And so if our fisheries folks are saying from a consumer standpoint, there's a desire that we've kind of peaked out and we don't know that, so I'm looking for some economic data. But if we kind of pick out alternatives, a way to increase that, to have more big fish. But if we do that, I'm a proponent of the staff coming back to give us a recommendation for the entire resource, not for some exclusive reason.
Yeah, so there doesn't have to be an additional cost to it. I just put that in there to show you that it can be self-funded.
Yeah.
But
with this increased capacity, if it's important that we have bigger fish, then let's find a way to do that.
I'm not disagreeing with you about that.
But I think if you didn't have a permit, wouldn't the stress just be?
I tell you, today, I don't think we can get down the weeds with that.
You put it in the
Today,
put
we
and
just
take
got to
section.
get the concept.
You put it in the put and take section.
So this is probably for Christian. Help me understand. I've helped them stock a time or two, way back, and I mean, if I say something wrong, you jump in here and correct me. Guys, I've sat around this table long enough. There were times we couldn't let people know what our stocking schedule was because they're not in the truck. You throw the fish in, they go to the deepest pot, they're all stacked up together. You can clean that pool out in 30 minutes. They ain't a fish left. They follow the truck down to the round where the water is gathered up. They know the truck stopped there. Oh, there they all are. When you hit it, you clean the pot out. What's gonna make these big trout stay in this are we gonna go to the middle of a 2 mile section and put 300 trout there, big trout, and they're gonna pocket up and stay right there? Is that
Well, typically what makes those trout really move if you don't have habitat. And so that's why we initially try to pick streams that have good habitat. They don't have good habitat, is typically temperature related. And as that temperature gets warmer, instead of of sitting there and dying, they move. And then it's also rain related. You know, big rain events tend to push fish. And so what we see constantly in our current program is that we put those fish in, and sometimes, you know, if it's hatchery supported, they get gone pretty quick because the people are taking it. But if it's delayed harvest where it's catch and release in the wind through the winter into the spring, you know, those fish will stick around. Depends on the species, but it also depends on the weather and the events. And we do see scenarios where, you know, a big rain event comes along, those fish move, and then we get complaints that they claim that we didn't stock them. You know, that happens.
Are they moving up for colder water or down? They don't know, they just leave.
All our research generally shows that they move downstream and they're gone. They move to different bigger water and they're gone.
What
They don't
percentage
come
of,
back.
cause I'm like Dave, I've seen the kids fall in the stock trucks. What percentage of our fish get caught like that?
Don't we publish when the stocking trucks are making the deliveries? Stocking?
So I think we are now, but back in the day, I mean, it was top secret. They didn't tell committee.
I think we publish that now.
We do publish them now, and depending on the run, there are people, but they plan their vacations around that time, especially for hatchery supported. I mean, we gotta.
I mean, well, I'm not joking when I did, that's what threw me off.
But it gets pretty.
And I'm more of a hunter than a fisherman, but I catch a lot of fish. I've been to Alaska fishing and whatnot. And I think there's a huge difference in going out west, catching native big fish. I relate this to high fence whitetail deer hunting. I mean, okay, you put a 20-inch fish in here, but you raised it in a hatchery. He's in this one pool right here. I mean, how hard is it? I don't know.
Did you use kernel corn?
Not in Alaska. You know, if I could here, I would, because that's what they've been eating.
So, Tommy, before I call on you, just I want to remind everybody, this is being done right now in North Carolina. Being done by the Cherokee Indians, being done by about 25 other private businesses. So this is doable.
Oh,
okay.
And I'm not disputing, it's a moneymaker for somebody.
Tommy?
So Chris, am I wrong in hearing you say that we're putting 40,000 fish in streams now that are greater than 14 inches in length?
Yes, sir. We've been doing that for the whole program.
That's a trophy trout program in and of its own, is it not? But let me go back. So let me ask a second question. I'm not a trout fisher. What is considered to be a trophy trout? How long?
20.
18 inches is what.
Let's just take that. What would it take for us to get? What would the cost be to get these 40,000 fish all to 18 inches before you put them in water?
Well, we're getting most of them there now. I mean, with our current program.
And what's the cost for that?
It's about not quite 2 million.
No, but still, would it cost us anything more? Would it keep us from raising the 10-inch fish we got?
If we convert Raceway to growing and maintaining 18 to 20-inch fish for a trophy program, yes, we would take probably about at least 2 Raceways out of production. Or not out of,
aren't these 4%? Aren't these 40,000 fish? They're not just mixed in with the 10-inch ones on it.
Yeah.
So you already got their own raceways. So I just want to keep them in there long.
Well, that's what I'm saying is those fish, we rotate them out in a process where to actually grow the trophy trout, we'd have to set up a raceway or part of a raceway to hold those fish to be able to stock them. What they're recommending is 12 months a year, which is different than what we do now.
So, Christian, let me ask you this, 14-inch fish now, how much longer before they're 18-inch fish?
Yeah, about a year.
Who's recommending 12 months a year?
Well, that was the recommendation, was catch and release 12 months a year, stocking 12 months a year. That was.
No, that was when,
That's back when.
yeah, we got,
That's
that
what
that was when we got in that argument
That's
about
what
a year
Cherokee
ago.
does. I'm sorry, you say you'd like to do it like Cherokee. Cherokee does that.
Yeah, what I said earlier was I've given up on my idea of finding a cool water stream where we can do it year round. My hope is that stream's out there and y'all will find it, but let's take that argument out of play. Say it's gonna be, this will be a program that's open for fish die during the 3 hottest months of the year, so 9 months. It still works, approach it that way. So I've accepted that we don't have any streams that are cold enough to support this. I'm not arguing, yeah, I'm agreeing with that. I'm accepting that premise. What I'd like to have, and I'm not trying to rush this, we've got 3 other presentations. If the committee wants to make a motion to instruct staff to move forward with a trophy trout water, or if that motion isn't made and doesn't receive a second, then we'll just kind of be done with this.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right.
Can I ask one question? I'm just.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So during those, so I understand what would be asked of us. What during those 3 months would happen?
We'll figure it out later.
Okay.
Christian, I want to take you out to lunch. Cause we want to sort all this out.
Because the program we have right now with delayed harvest is essentially catch and release with bigger fish, but we also stock the catchables as well. And that's for 9 months. And then there's essentially 3 months where instead of just letting those fish die naturally or move naturally, we allow harvest.
Yeah, I mean, that may make sense, but, I mean, that's a good point, but we'll sort all that out. Is there any other discussion?
What's the motion?
I make a motion to instruct staff to put together with full flexibility and vision of all that we've talked about today in the decision-making process, to come forward and recommend some sort of trophy trout program.
Did they recommend, you know what you think?
Yes, and then Mike seconded that.
We got full flexibility vision on fishing.
I got a question.
Any other questions? Oh, well, what, just any other questions from the fishery committee? Okay,
So does this go to the commission tomorrow?
what is the protocol? Do motions and subcommittees, do they always go to the commission for a final vote? Is that the way it's always done?
I think the committee can task the staff to come up with a program.
I think that's what the motion was.
Did they recommend?
So here's my question.
It's not-
Like, I think
The program doesn't have to be adopted.
I think you can get a lot of people on board. And I know we're running low on time, like I got a ton of questions, but we don't have time to answer just my questions, and I'm sure a lot of people sitting around here. I think you could sell this there. I mean, the only thing that gets my attention is invest 3,000 and get 100 back. I mean, I'd love to see how you came up with that, because if that's the case, we need to do this in 45 miles of
Can
stream.
you go back to that slide where I talked about the business model? No, back one, not the one of me catching huge trout.
This one?
Right. So this is the Cherokees. Put 300 fish in that 2.2 miles stream that goes through the middle of the town. According to staff's numbers, that fish is costing about $7.50. Now they raise their own fish. Who knows what the actual cost is? So that cost is $2,250 for the trout. I took their, they shared with me the numbers that they make for their fishing license permit. You buy a 3-day fishing permit, then you can get either a 1 or 3-day trophy waters permit. You have to have both. And the numbers come out better than that. I was being conservative with it because I didn't want y'all to rub my nose in it if it doesn't work out 2 years from now. I mean, it seems too good to be true. Those are the numbers. Now, there's other costs, like Dave, to your point, all those outlaws out there that are going to go snatch these 24-inch trout out of the water. Maybe we need another wildlife officer. That's why I said that's a potential use of that money. Have somebody keep an eye on. If you have to send somebody out there, stock it as fish stressed, it pays for that person. But it cash flows.
I don't even understand why we'd be talking about using any of our raceways. If that is accurate, close to that. We ought to be buying. Let's don't even consider us raising these trout. Let's buy them out there. They're $20.
Let them research and see what options are out there. I agree.
So instead of saying, let's start this program, I want to hear a whole lot more about it. And y'all can sell me on it pretty quick, but I mean, I don't know who around this table wouldn't buy in if that is even
Those
remotely
numbers are 100% accurate. Those numbers are
Well,
conservative,
trust me, what Cherokee is a completely different animal.
but a dollar bill is not. And but what they shared with me was.
The attraction they've got up there, the people they got coming, that's a whole different realm, and they got X number of water to do. So that's where I struggle, and again, that's just through license sales, you know.
You're like,
We have an increased demand for fish that we're expanding a facility. And a process that we publicize to let people know when we're dumping fish and where we're dumping them from to come and clean it out as we move forward. I could argue, not saying I am arguing, but I could argue that is not a great way of stocking fish if you want to prolong the use of that resource and allow access to it. Select few or pile it in and get it. Not saying I'm for or against it, but there's gonna be drawbacks to almost anything we do. I'm hopeful in that, in this concept, whatever staff makes of the concept. But I really feel like we have an opportunity to highlight some wonderful things that we can do here with a resource and pull more people into fishing and help areas that need help.
Lynn, you have a comment?
Yes, if y'all go forward with that, could you ask staff to, I'm not on the committee, but you got staff to do a cost benefit analysis as well? Like, I know that you said that you asked them for the fish number and then the Cherokee for the revenue number. Maybe they could do another analysis.
I'm assuming their recommendation's gonna be, the basis of the recommendation is gonna be a cost benefit.
Look at it, so a Cherokee dumping 300 fish at one time, or they put 30 fish at one?
I think they're replenishing it as they need to. Yeah, I don't know how they did it initially, but now.
Catch and release, why should they have to replenish?
Say again?
If it's catch and release, put 300 in, those 300 ought to be there.
Well, you're gonna have some people that don't handle them well. You're gonna have some.
That's what I'm saying, I mean, this is.
50% of the striped bass that are caught during the summer.
No, I'm not arguing, that's the reason I'm asking,
Yeah,
I mean, this.
but like 50% of the striped bass are caught during the summer, got it.
Yeah,
So, just because it's catch and release.
Actually, it's maybe more like we need 500 or 600 fish, not
Yeah,
300.
you're gonna have one out.
John,
Absolutely.
John,
Yes, sir.
one quick question.
Yeah, let me get you and then somebody over here.
Okay. You said something a while back that it's gonna be at no additional cost to our fishermen, or did I hear that wrong?
You heard that incorrect.
Okay, so we're gonna have a fishing license, then in the trophy water, we're gonna increase the cost of that fishing license.
Yes.
Permit.
Some kind of day or 2 day type thing. I would get. Read up, whatever.
Right.
Especially for me.
Unless you don't want to. I mean, it's only money.
And Christian or somebody brought up a very good point. But I think it might have been you, Vice Chairman. If the community doesn't want this, where you're putting it, don't do it. Right? Like this is all contingent on the landowners, the municipality, whatever, wanting this program. Otherwise, we should not, absolutely not do it.
Somebody over here had their hand up.
Well, just
John Cole.
go ahead.
And I'm not on your committee, but I mean, I think looking at what you can charge for the trophy permit is part of it. But for me, that wouldn't be the driver, but I do think it should be evaluated whether or not it's by permit only where it is limited, so that you don't get too big of crowds at one time. And I've never trout fished in North Carolina, so I don't know what I'm talking about really.
So the discussion about the cost, Steve?
Yes.
I think a cost benefit analysis should be done with every decision we make. But that's because I've come from the business world. And we generally don't do that stuff, right? We're not business, government, state agents. I just put that up there to show that you're worried about the cost. Cost isn't a factor. It makes money. If you want to offer it for free, where it's a permit for $1 or whatever, what do I pay for my draw for my 12 hunting license on the Voice of America game win. Kyle, what was that cost? The draw for the $7. If you want to do something like that, I think that that's a means of limited play more than anything else, because you don't want 100 people to show up there at the same time as this, right? Tommy?
Question. Is there any question in your mind that you don't feel like that there's a chance that y'all could come up with a program that based on our mission statement for the resource in the public, that you could come up with a recommendation that y'all felt good about, that you could see us endorsing and supporting?
So
I'm saying, if you feel like there's a reasonable possibility that could take place, as opposed to you saying, Tommy, I don't think there's a chance in hell that we could come up with a program that we recommend and y'all would accept.
So what has been discussed today is a little bit different than what has been discussed in the previous 2 years. And what has been discussed today falls in line with the white paper. And what I would encourage is all of y'all to read the white paper, including all the tables that went with the white paper, because I think the cost benefit isn't necessarily the financial cost benefit. The cost benefit is, you know, is it more hatchery supported streams versus delayed harvest versus streams versus something else? And what we had proposed in that white paper is what would be called an enhanced delayed harvest, which basically is kind of what Commissioner Stone was sitting there talking about, where you stock for part of the year. And what we would do is we would stock very similar to what we do now, where we put in some catchable size fish so that you're sure to catch some fish, but then we could up that percentage of larger fish. And what we were suggesting was we would up that number of larger fish so that it would be akin to what's the Keystone program in Pennsylvania, which actually the reason they're doing what they're doing is in part because they're trying to mimic what we do with delayed harvest. And so in that sense, you would give the opportunity to catch some bigger fish, and it would be in our program. You wouldn't have to worry as much about water temperatures because of the summer potential harvest opportunities. So yes, I think we can come up with something based on what has been presented here today. I don't think, I'll say this, and then I'll be quiet, but I don't think the Cherokee model is what we can do. And the reason I don't think the Cherokee model is what we can do is because they stock 12 months out of the year. They get those big fish typically from the federal fish hatcheries. So they don't have a cost associated with their fish at all.
They get those fish for free.
They get those fish for free.
I want to clear that.
They have fish kills, those fish move, but they just continue to stock them. But the big difference between their stream, Raven Fork, and our stream is that trophy brown trout fishery underneath. They have a trophy ground. They grow some of the biggest brown trout in the state there routinely. And a lot of what is caught, I don't know what percentage, but a lot of what is caught is brown trout versus the rainbows that they stock. So that's where I don't think we could come up with something akin to Cherokee. But if you wanted something akin to Pennsylvania, or even what West Virginia does, I think we have some options and have already explored that and done cost benefit.
Tommy, I think the way the motion worded allows for all of that.
That's really
It allows for.
There could be a broader motion for what I'm.
Right.
Full flexibility.
Are we interested in the vote on that?
If you state a motion that clearly includes what he just said.
That's what.
I
was just.
I got a standing motion. Are we voting on it or not?
Yeah, Margo, will you read the motion that Commissioner, sitting next to me made a few minutes ago?
I mean, nice little paraphrase. I just put direct staff to establish a trophy trout program with flexibility on content.
You still second that?
If it needs to be clarified, please let me know.
But in the House, delayed is not the same thing as trophy management, so they're not deciding that now.
It can be whatever we want.
I need to have the word recommend in there somewhere. I mean,
I do too.
I'm sorry, say again.
I need to have the word recommend. I'm not, it's gonna be difficult for me to vote for anything that the staff doesn't recommend to us.
And to be clear, we're asking to bring us a concept. I'm not saying we have to pass the concept they bring or it's obligated to go into. Yeah, like, I'm assuming they're gonna like what they bring.
I would say I agree with that too. I wouldn't want to proceed if staff came and said that we're adamantly opposed to it.
So, Tommy, you're proposing an amendment to the motion.
I'm proposing it was somewhere we get.
You're proposing to amend the motion
Yeah.
for staff to come back with a recommendation.
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioner Rogers, sir, are you comfortable with that amendment? Or do we need to vote on that amendment? What, Commissioner Palmer wants to amend your original motion.
Then the answer is yes.
Okay. Well, tell them what it is. State it again, that staff come back with a recommendation.
It's to a trophy trout program. They feel like it's beneficial for the resource, beneficial for the user. I mean, you don't have to say all that, but I mean, yeah,
And for the record, any program we do, if it's done in isolation or silence without the full support of the agency, it isn't gonna be worth, like, it's not gonna work. Right, so if we don't promote, advertise, work, whatever we do, it'll be less successful.
So Commissioner Rogers, if you're comfortable with that amendment.
I am.
And Margaret, you have that amendment captured for Commissioner Fumble?
Yes.
Then I'm not gonna have us take a vote on the amendment and then the motion. We're gonna take a vote on the motion as amended. Margaret, would you read the newly restated amended motion?
To direct staff to bring a recommendation on trophy trout program. Is that correct?
yes. That,
Add in all the flexibility and.
money.
Yeah, but. And I understand we want to be as timely as possible, but our staff is overloaded with a lot of fisheries issues right now. And we're working to get the hatches up and going. So I don't know what the expectation is, because we're not gonna have trout available for several years anyway. What's your expectation?
It doesn't have to happen tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't have to happen immediately. We just need to get on the road instead of talking about getting on the road. So there's no expectation. I'll get with Christian, we'll figure out his workload when he can do it. It doesn't have to happen immediately.
That's my secondary concern is, and I've already heard that we have got a lot of cutting on in the fisheries and getting the hatches up. My expectation would be when they can work it in as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're willing to let them prioritize this.
Right, just like, I mean, that's the way we've done everything.
It's,
Everybody do look at.
Will somebody, call for the vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. Meeting adjourned. We've taken up, Commissioner, Trump, we've taken up an hour that's allotted to us. Do you want us to take up any of these other presentations?
Let me ask you a question. Kevin, Seth, Corey, you're here. What's the quickest you can get through your program? Can't do it. Can't do it.
Why don't we push that off to the next video?
How far did Kevin and Seth come? Kevin, where you?
Elizabeth City.
Elizabeth City. Lord. Seth.
That's not that's local. Yeah.
Kevin, can you do it in 10 minutes?
Sir.
Okay, do it.
Don't worry about it.
Rest of you all, since you both by, will come back. Kevin, I didn't want to make it come back from all the way that distance.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Oh, sorry about that. I was told to make sure I speak in the microphone. Does everybody hear me? Oh, all right. Well, great. Well, great to be here today. This is about Flyer. Honor Judge Cole here probably knows it, and so does Miss Davis. Centrarchus macroteris really means lots of spines, and I'll get into that here in a moment. There's other names that you may have heard of it by: Flyer brim, Milcon flyer,
fly perch, round sunfish, government brim. Not really sure why it's government brim, but Louisiana says it is, so I just went with it. How to identify them? They're very pokey. So they have the most dorsal fin spines of any sunfish, and that's the fin on the top. So if you grab one, you're left with some pokies. And there's also 7 to 8 anal spines around that fish. So when you're holding it, it can be pretty surgical needle-y like opportunity. So Macropterus, multiple points. It also has a teardrop below the eye, and that's present in almost all ages except for the real older ones. That kind of blends in. And in the younger fish, there's an eye spot in the back of the dorsal fin, and that one does go away as the fish ages. Panfish in North America, it was a favorite T-shirt that I had growing up, and sure enough, it's circled there as flyer. Flyer distribution in North America. This was from a map from the 1980s, and it's primarily through the coastal plain of Virginia and North Carolina, sweeps down through South Carolina, Georgia, through Florida, comes back around up through the Gulf, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and up through the Mississippi Plain and Delta there, where low-lying areas and more swampy, slow flow, bayou, slough type of area. Here in North Carolina, they're pretty much present throughout the entire coastal plain. Districts 1, 2, and 4 are pretty much loaded with them. 3, 5, and 6 have them on their kind of their more eastern slope there. They do not exist in the mountain regions, and they are native to North Carolina. Their life history is that they're warm water species, freshwater resident fish. Their lifespan is about 5 to 6 years, and they spawn February to April. They're colony nest spawners like most sunfish. Females lay about 35,000 eggs, and the males guard the nest. On the lower picture there is a male we collected in the upper Pasquotank guarding the nest, and that little speck you see is a little baby flyer that male was guarding. Their diet consists mostly of zooplankton, insects, and some small fish as they get older. Their water quality is really what really sets them apart from any other sunfish species. There are other sunfish, but the acidic waters that occur in the swampy plains, low pH, as low as 4.3. And if any of y'all know the pH scale, that's low. We're almost talking lemon juice here that they're able to live in. It's pretty amazing. And to top it off, swampy areas, relatively low dissolved oxygen also is pretty tough. They're mostly freshwater, but on the coastal plain, they have to have some tolerance to salinity, but there is likely some issues there. Again, mentioned about slow moving water, bayous, sloughs, dense vegetation being around the lily pad beds. It's really fun to fish in those lily pad beds with small stuff. They really like shaded areas, bridges, culverts, and docks. Really fun time to go out and fish in the swamps. Believe it or not, there's a lot of fish out there. And this is usually the fish assemblies that they call a pickerel, a warmouth area. You can see a pickerel there. We got warmouth, pumpkin seed, yellow perch, black crappie, another favorite of mine, and blue spotted sunfish right there in the middle, and a flyer there on the lower left. Of course, there's many other species that are with that, bowfin, long-nosed gar, other species that we have, but the coastal plain is just full. It's a great fish assemblage. As far as management of these sunfish, they are an inland game fish. They fall under the sunfish bag limit, where you have a bag limit of 30 fish. It's one of my favorite fish to catch. This is about 14 I caught last month. Just a great opportunity to go out and catch these flyers. The length distribution of these fish, generally speaking, they get up to 12 inches as kind of a max. And the range that we found over the course of some sampling that we've done over the years with various gears, we can catch them from 1 inch to 12 inches, with the majority of them about 6 to 7 inches in length. 11 to 12 inches is quite a large flyer. And speaking of that, so we have some survey needs that we're working on throughout the entire range of flyer. Proportional stock distribution. Today we talked a lot about trophies and how those numbers come up. So if it's stock, preferred, quality, memorable, or trophy, those numbers are based on thousands of data points across that species range. And actually, there's not one that exists for flyer. So colleagues of mine, my buddy Tim Bonvecchio here, he's out of Georgia, but he's also with me at University of Florida when we did our masters together down there. And we're working on developing that standard weight equation so that we can have that for the managers. And we're going to do that for the overall range distribution. Education and outreach is a big part of what we do, right? So we got an opportunity to out there and get out on the Carolina All Out and worked out there with Chris and hooked him up on his first flyer. And it's just a great time. Also with the Native Fish Coalition, there is a North Carolina chapter. They do a every Fish Friday, Native Fish Friday. And I contributed the flyer in like the third or fourth Friday that they did it when they established in 2023. Obviously, there's concerns and threats to all our fish populations and all our resources. Invasive species certainly is a problem. And something like flathead catfish in the coastal plain can really eat up some of these sunfish that might not move a lot. Also important is their habitat alterations from channelization to turbidity, elevated salinity, and even the flooding, inundation of reservoirs where Sharon Harris Lake is now. There was a flyer population, but it's no longer. The reservoir has pretty much wiped that population out, but there's still plenty around and a lot to catch using ultralight rods, small baits similar to crappie or other sunfish baits. And they're really cool aerial acrobats. When they get hooked, they're jumping out of the water and they are just a blast to catch. Here's a retired officer, Matt Long's catch off of a fly rod there. He and I go back and forth sharing our flyer catches. And where to catch them again, come back to the map, the distribution map, and really up in the Pasquotank area, Elizabeth City, around that area. And then in the below Fayetteville, Lumber River, Waccamaw River are some of our larger aspects. But anywhere that you see these red spots, there's potential to grow a large flyer in any flyer. And they're great to eat. I absolutely love frying these up for the neighborhood and my kids, and we just mow through them. There are flyer records here in North Carolina, right? The current North Carolina record is a 1 pound, 5 ounce fish out of a private pond in Stedman, North Carolina. That was back in 1990. And I understand that pond is no longer available. Somehow the dam burst and it went away. The current world record, which we actually held the world record in 1988 until 2015. Mr. McCall's record in 1990 didn't go into the world records. The current world record was caught by the Miss Twyla Gates there in the middle, and she took her son and her friend fishing to a mill pond that her dad took her fishing to when she was a kid. And she caught that 12-inch, 1 pound, 5.6 ounce fish and is still the current world record holder in Florida. I'd love to bring that back to North Carolina. We also have our angler recognition program where we honor minimum length of 8 inches and a minimum weight of 6 ounces. And I believe this is the second fish my wife caught in North Carolina and got that Dwayne Ravers print there for her. Such a neat fish. A couple other fun facts. They got low light conditions. They got the eye shine, the Tapetum lucidum, just similar to walleye and other fish that exhibit that, as well as there was a submarine, the USS Flyer, created in World War II. And with that, I'll wrap up and thank you for your time. I do possess certain skills to catch flyers. So thank you very much.
Do you have a 2-minute video? Yes, go ahead and do that while you're here.
Thank you, Mallory.
Yeah. Christian, do you think you can raise a world record flyer? Patrick?
Oh, yeah.
This week, the All Out crew heads from home base all the way to what's known as the Finger Counties of northeastern North Carolina, and Perquimans County in particular, to meet up with Coastal Fisheries Research Coordinator Kevin Dockendorf to target the flyer. The flyer is somewhat unknown to many anglers, but these little fish are hard fighters for their size and are hard to beat as table fare. Kevin is taking Chris to the Yopum Creek, which terminates into the Yopum River, which immediately empties into the Albemarle Sound. This Blackwater Creek is alive with wildlife and fish and offers an almost backcountry experience, even though it's closely surrounded by residential properties.
There you go.
There's a
flyer.
We have
Look
a
at that.
flyer on board.
Doubled up, flyer
All right.
on board. I'll let that one
Well,
go.
I hated to break up your talk about the black crappie, but this is the guy that we've been coming for, isn't
That's
it?
how it works right there, yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, so we got both flyer and crappie in the same general area. But again, some of these coastal creeks are a little bit more acidic with the cypress knees that flow into it.
Uh-huh.
But there's deep water here off to the edge, about 10 foot of water.
Right.
And those crappie enjoying the area. But then we got flyer.
Look at
that
these things, man.
Live right next to it.
I can see exactly. This is the first one I've ever caught.
Okay.
And so this is really one of those that I can see where everybody's like, what am I looking at here?
Yes. So yeah, it's definitely kind of like, well, those are just like big bluegill fins, but it looks like a crappie. And what is that thing? I've never caught one before.
Uh-huh.
So you think of it when you're catching a crappie, well, that must be some type of crappie I've just never seen before.
Right.
But flyers and crappie in this area tend to overlap each other.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and turn this loose. I love that little green patch on his cheek there. How about that? Oh, he's ready to go. There he goes. Don't go away. More small water adventure when we return.
That is a huge flyer. Look at that. Wow. If I could note that is a full 30-minute show, 20-some minutes. Don't have commercials. It's on our website if you want to see the full show. NCwildlife.org.
Any questions about the presentation? Fisheries Committee is here.
Yes. NCwildlife.org. And at this time, I will call on Margot Winkler for a roll call. Margot.
Do a roll call for committee of the whole members, committee chair, Monty Trump,
Here.
committee vice chair, Mark Craig,
Here.
David Boyle,
Here.
John Hurley,
Here.
Wes Seegers,
Here.
Tommy Bumble,
Here.
Tom Berry,
Here.
Brad Sandbat,
Here.
Jim Ruffin,
Here.
Ray Clifton,
Here.
Kelly Davis, here, Steve Wyndham,
Here.
Megan Zipper, John Stone,
Here.
Hayden Rogers,
Here.
John Alexander,
Here.
Tom Hayslip,
Here.
J.C. Hall,
Here.
Mark Alford,
Hit the head.
Joe Bud, Reed Smith.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And at this time on the D-Day from the agenda, and we have several visitors here from North Carolina Wildlife Federation. I got a call last week who asked could the Wildlife Federation attend today, do a brief 3-minute or so presentation, and to hand out their one commission statement or policy position that they have. They felt that since we had several new commissioners, or it's been a while since that their policy initiative had been discussed, they wanted to make sure that all of you all had a copy of it in light of the issues going on with marine fisheries. Talk of what could or could not happen in the future with the two agencies and the situation existing. I'm gonna allow them to have 3 minutes to pass out the one mission. This is a no discussion, no debate. It's just simply here for them to hand out this mission statement. I'll turn it over to Matt. Yes.
Manley Fuller, pleased to be here, Vice President of Conservation Policy for the North Carolina Wildlife Federation. I'm joined by my colleagues, Fred Harris, Dr. Liz Rutledge, Dr. Lewis Daniel, who's an expert in marine fisheries there. And we would like you all to, this is for information. Number of you have heard our position before. We think it has merit. We'd love for you all to consider it. In my originally from North Carolina, but in the 90s, I worked in Florida. And one of the big initiatives that we worked on there with Florida Wildlife Federation was the joining of the Old Game and Freshwater Fish Commission and looking over the responsibilities of the Marine Fisheries Commission into the modern day Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. We think there's a lot of problems with marine fisheries that could be better handled by the commission's approach to things. And I realize we don't have much time, but I'd like to recognize Fred for his comments, and then we'll be available for any, discussion that you'd like to have.
Thanks, Manley. The only thing I would add to what Manley said is that obviously the marine fisheries issues in our state have grown years. The fisheries have deteriorated. And after looking at many options, we've come to the conclusion that the way to proceed on that is to have fisheries management in North Carolina under one agency, and that needs to be the Wildlife Resources Commission. If for no other reason, and as John Peckman, when he was chairman, stated many years ago, that if you put the resource first, the discussions become fairly easy after that, and you will arrive at the right decision. I believe the commission does that. I don't think the Marine Fisheries Commission takes that approach always. And the last thing, an example that I'll give for that, is the non-game program that the commission has. There are no economic interests out there pushing that. There are no real influential interest groups, but it's looking out for the resource, and that's what you do. And I think about the Marine Fisheries Commission and division, and when the Diamondback Terrapin became unusually restricted here in North Carolina, and it was obvious something had to be done about it. It took them 7 years. Once they decided that, yes, something needs to be done about this, 7 years to even develop criteria for what they would use to decide what needed to be done. I can't imagine that ever happening with the Wildlife Commission. So we are committed to this, and we hope you will entertain that idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred. Okay, as I said, there will be no debate, no discussion, and that's a we won't print today. So we'll just move on to the next item. That was for information purposes. But the next item we had originally had on the agenda for a report out, I think we covered that sufficiently today based on my perception. The reaction was we were in favor of moving forward that as a legislative agenda item, move forward with the registration of canoes, kayaks with non-motorized vessels, and that we would move forward with rulemaking on the conservation pass. Is that a clear understanding? I see any head moving another way other than positive. Okay, but that's the reason. At that time, this time I'll move forward to recognize Melba Bonner to go over our permanent rulemaking notice of text adoption items. Melba.
Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. The first rulemaking item on the agenda today is to notice the rules in subchapters 10G and 10J, Exhibit I, which includes 10G, 0501, license requirements, 10J, 0103, hunting on wildlife conservation areas, and J, 0104, fishing on wildlife conservation areas. For 10G and 10G 0501 and 10J 0104, the proposed rule language has been updated to align with the current rule formatting requirements. For 10J 0103, proposed rule language has been updated to align with the current general statutes and rule formatting requirements. The rules in these subchapters were determined to be necessary with substantive public interest and are required to be adopted as a periodic review. The rule text 10G 0501, 10J 0105, I'm sorry, 10J 0103, 10J 0104. Staff will be requesting approval to notice the rules in subchapters 10G and 10J, to open a 60-day public comment period, and to hold one public hearing at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions? Second rulemaking item on the agenda today is for the adoption of the amendments to 10I-0100 Endangered and Threatened Species Section, Exhibits J1 and J2, which includes 10I-0102 Protection of Endangered, Threatened, and Special Concern, 10I-0103 Endangered Species Listed, 10I-0104 Threatened Species Listed, 10I-0105 Special Concern Species Listed. For 10I-0102, we received 5 public comments in support, 8 public comments not in support. As a result of public comments for 10I-0102, the rule text in today's presentation has been modified from the presentation in February at the February Commission meeting to notice the rule text. For 10I-0103, we received 3 public comments in support, 4 public comments not in support, 1 public comment of no preference. For 10I-0104, we received 3 public comments in support, 5 public comments not in support, and 1 public comment of no preference. For 10I-0105, we received 3 public comments in support, 5 public comments not in support, and 1 public comment of no preference. The proposed rules were noticed in the North Carolina Register on April 1, 2024, and a public hearing was held on May 21, 2024. This information can be found in Exhibit J1. For 10I-0102, the rule was determined to be necessary with substantive public interest and required to be readopted as part of the periodic review. Amendments were made to clarify requirements and conditions. For 10I-0103, 10I-0104, and 10I-0105, the proposed rule language includes several name changes and technical edits. Proposed amendments also includes 8 species listing changes. 3 species were added, 1 species was removed, 4 species had status changes. The proposed amended rule text can be found in Exhibit J2. 10I-0102. 10I-0103. 10I-0104. Staff will be recommending the permanent adoption of these rules at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions? Yes.
This for 10I-0102, there were some pretty detailed, extensive comments from Southern Environmental Law Center. Are those the changes that have been made since our last?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Item on the agenda today is for the permanent adoption of the amendments for the land and water access rules for the 2024-2025 deer season. Exhibits K1 and K2, which includes 10D-0209 Buffalo Cove Game Land in Caldwell and Wilkes counties, 10D-0243 Kings Creek Game Land in Caldwell and Wilkes counties, 10D-0276 South Mountains Game Land in Burke, Cleveland, McDowell, and Rutherford counties. For 10D-0209, we received 1 public comment of no preference. For 10D-0243, we received 1 public comment of no preference. For 10D-0276, we received 4 public comments not in support. This information can be found in Exhibit K1. The proposed amendments to these rules were necessary as the game lands have acreage in both the western and the northwestern deer zones. The current deer season framework for these game lands is consistent with the western season. Changes in the deer rule were adopted as part of the 2024-2025 annual cycle, shifting the western black powder and gun season to allow the black powder season to begin 2 Saturdays before Thanksgiving and run for 2 weeks, and the deer season, the gun season, to begin the Saturday after Thanksgiving and run until January 1. The proposed amended rule text can be found in Exhibit K2. 10D-0209. 10D-0243, 10D-0276. Staff will be recommending the permanent adoption of these rules at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions? Fourth rulemaking item on the agenda today is the adoption of the rules in the 10H 1800, commercial activity permitting section. Exhibits L1 and L2, which includes 10H1801, general requirements and fees, 10H1802, commercial use permits, 10H1803, event permits. For 10H1801, we received 4 public comments in support, 3 public comments not in support, 1 public comment with no preference. For 10H1802, we received 4 public comments in support, 1 public comment not in support. For 10H1803, we received 4 public comments in support and 1 public comment not in support. This information can be found in Exhibit L1. The proposed rules in this section are in accordance with commission authority under the North Carolina General Statutes 113-264 to license, regulate, prohibit, or restrict the public as to the use and the enjoyment of commission property. Under 113-264, the commission may charge a reasonable fee for access to or for the use of commission property. Due to the increase in demand and access to and the impact of large user groups, there is a need to regulate and track the commission property by the use of commission property by organized entities. For 10H1802, the proposed rule language establishes general requirements and fees. For 10H1802, commercial use permits, and 10H1803, event permits, the proposed rule language establishes requirements for activities for which a permit is required, reporting requirements, insurance, and cleanup requirements. The proposed rule text can be found in Exhibit L1, L2. 10H1801, 10H1802, 10H1803. Staff will be recommending the permanent adoption of these rules at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions?
Does anyone have any questions about any of the items? If not already had an opportunity. Hearing none, these will be on the agenda for consideration of adoption and approval tomorrow. Delbert, thank you very much.
Last and final item for today that I will be presenting is for the adoption of the temporary rule amendments for the need more name, land, and make it in Swain counties. We received 1 public comment in support, 1 public comment not in support, and 2 public comments in reference. The proposed temporary rule amendments were officially noticed and posted on the North Carolina Office of Administrative Hearings website on June 11, 2024, and a public hearing was held on June 2024. The proposal will standardize the antlered and antlerless black powder and gun seasons between the Needmore and Nantahala game lanes. The proposed amended rule text can be found in Exhibit M2. Staff will be recommending the temporary adoption of this rule at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions?
Temporary rule. Hearing none, it'll be on the agenda as well. Thank you, Melvin. Okay, the item of the day. Well, I thought it was going to be the item of the day. I didn't prove it wrong. We'll go with Chris Moore at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, commissioners. So I'm here to do something very simple, which is present on a temporary rule that y'all noticed at your last meeting. However, the background and the information that deals with that is a little more complicated. So if y'all bear with me, I do have a presentation to walk through the details. So just to refresh everybody's memory, southern flounder is the main species of flounder that we're talking about. It is found in inland, joint, and coastal waters. So therefore, it is jointly managed or under joint authority. It's managed by the Marine Fisheries Commission in coastal and joint fishing waters, and it's managed by the Wildlife Resources Commission in inland waters as well as joint fishing waters. So to kind of give you some background, or rehash some background, I should say, for marine fisheries, they manage through the Fisheries Management Plan, Amendment 3. It was adopted in May of 2022. The Amendment 3 established an annual harvest quota for both the recreational and commercial fisheries, which I'll explain that in a minute. And the whole purpose behind the quota was to end overfishing in 2 years and to allow real rebuilding of the population, which is required by statute. So the whole basis of the management plan really goes back to a stock assessment. So the last southern flounder stock assessment was a South Atlantic regional assessment. So it involved North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. So it's the entire coast from North Carolina down to Florida, which is generally where the southern flounder occurs. The terminal year, so the last year of data available for that assessment was 2017. So that was quite a few years ago. The actual report came out in 2019, and then you had the subsequent planning process. So in that process, they look at a number of parameters that go into the stock assessment. They look at recruitment, growth, mortality, the spawning stock biomass, but basically the population of adults. And this process establishes biological reference points, and those biological reference points are what is believed to be or estimated to be what would achieve sustainable harvest. And so the two big biological reference points that are used are fishing mortality and the size of the spawning stock biomass. So that's the stock assessment. Well, the stock assessment is then used to generally or to calculate a total allowable catch. And the total allowable catch is the total removals, but it's the total removals from the directed fisheries. So when we talk about a total allowable catch, that's commercial pound nets, gill nets, commercial gigging. On the recreational side, it's hook and line and gigging. And that includes both the harvest and dead discards. Now, we've talked about other fisheries that have bycatch, trawl in particular. The way that's incorporated here is because that impacts the mortality and the recruitment and those factors that go into the front side of the stock assessment. So when you're here talking about total allowable catch, you're talking about the directed fish. The total allowable catch is established to basically achieve a conservation goal. It is the conservation measure. And in this case, it's to reach the biological reference points that would allow for sustainable harvest. And again, that's to end overfishing and to recover the population from overfish status. So based on the stock assessment, there needed to be an overall 72% reduction in the number of removals observed in 2017. So in 2017, there was a calculated total number of removals. They determined that to get back to where we need to be with the population, there needed to be a 72% reduction. Well, that 72% reduction, the TAC to be determined to be sustainable was 548,334 pounds. And that number varies a little bit depending on which document you're looking at. But this is based on Marine Fisheries update of February 2023. So then from that conservation value, so that's the overall amount that can be removed for conservation. Then you move into allocation and who gets to remove those animals. And that's where you get into the allocation of the TAC. And that's what the fisheries management plan does. And the TAC is divided between the commercial sector and the recreational sector. And the way has historically, it's been about 70% commercial, 30% recreational. And so what the Marine Fisheries Commission adopted for their management plan, so 2021 was a 70-30. And they continued that for 2022, 2023, 2024, which would be this year. And then starting next year, they would go from 70-30 to a 60-40 with the intent of in 2026 to go to 50-50. And you can see the amounts there in pounds next to it, where, now we're looking at 370 plus 100,000 pounds that goes to the commercial with about 170. that goes to the rec that would eventually translate into an equal share of about 275,000 pounds for each sector. So then you get into, okay, well, how do you manage that annual quota? How does that management occur? So you have the total allowable catch, as I mentioned, and it's divided by sector based on the allocation. And then you have those two components. You have the total allowable landings, so what can actually be harvested by sector, and you have the dead discards, which is by sector. And then the management plan has what they call an accountability measure. That's the terminology, that an overage in a given sector in 1 year is to be deducted from that sector's next year's tax. So you remove, if you go over, the next year you get less to fish. So really quickly, and this is what we presented at public hearing, data that came from marine fisheries. So in 2022, as I said, based on the allocation, the total allowable catch was just over 170,000 for the recreational fishery. The harvest that year, as estimated through the MRIP survey, was 173,000, or almost 174,000. Dead discards was estimated at 53,000. So you had a total catch of 226,000. So there was an overage. That overage that year was 56,000. So if you look to the next year in 2023, last year, started out of the TAC was 114,000 because you removed that overage. The harvest was estimated last year, again, through the MRIP survey of 200,000 pounds. Yes, dead discards was estimated at 41,000 pounds. So the total catch last year was 241,000 pounds. So when you look at that, that's an overage over the 114,000 of 127,294 pounds. So that number comes off of 2024. So when you bring that number off of 2024, you have a total allowable catch, again, just for the recreational sector, of 43,361 pounds. The dead discards, as estimated, which basically the average of the last 2 years, would be 47,291 pounds. So with that, there really is no fish left to harvest based on those numbers. And with the number of dead discards, if that is the actual estimate, then you have an overage even with just dead discards. That's the math, and that's the data that Marine Fisheries was working on. So what action did Marine Fisheries take? So the annual harvest season under their jurisdiction is one that is open and closed annually by proclamation. And so right now they opened it last year, then they closed it at the end of their season. And so currently now it's closed, and it is closed until they reopen. And on May 23rd, the Marine Fisheries Commission and the Division of Marine Fisheries announced that for 2024, they would not issue a proclamation to open that fishery to harvest because there was no poundage to actually harvest based on the numbers. So the steps that y'all took at your last meeting was to propose a temporary rule amendment. And this was so that you could be consistent with the annual quota management measure as established in the Fisheries Management Plan, and also with Division of Marine Fisheries closure of the recreational season in coastal waters. And that basically the proposal would be to close flounder harvest season in 2024 in the WRC jurisdiction, which would be inland fishing waters and hook and line and joint fishing waters. And I want to say that a little bit different than the way Marine Fisheries current process is. In our case, we have a rule on the books that says there will be a season from September 1 to September 14th. So that's why it would require temporary rulemaking to actually close the fish. which is a little different than the way marine fisheries operates. Again, that was, notice of text was June 6th. So we took it out for public comment. It was out for public comment June 10th through July 5th. We had one virtual public hearing that was held on July 26th. And then we had an in-person public hearing in New Bern that was held on June 27th. The kind of the raw numbers of the box checked, whether it was support, do not support, no preference. 89% of respondents, so we had 438 respondents. 89% of those respondents said that they do not support. Kind of looking at the comments that were associated with that do not support, there were multiple themes, but they were things like they were concerned about commercial fishing. Other states don't have issues and don't have similar regulations to this. If it's going to close, it should basically close for all sectors, including commercial. They were unhappy with the current allocation of the commercial versus recreational. There was concerns expressed about the data used, which is the marine fisheries data that is used for this purpose. Comments about flounder being public resource, that recreational anglers were not the ones at fault. Again, kind of pointing back towards commercial anglers. There was some general displeasure in general about just the fact that we were even considering not having a season. And then there was some that expressed distrust for DMF and DMF's process. So where does that leave y'all now and the decision that you'll have to make and the vote that you'll end up taking tomorrow? So for in your jurisdiction, so inland fishing waters and hook and line and joint fishing waters, currently we have the proposed temporary rule. That's what's out. That's what was out for notice of text. So that would be closed to all harvest. On the other end, we have the permanent rule that is currently on the books and would be in place if you don't take action. So basically, if you do not adopt the temporary rule or some alternative, this permanent rule is what would be in place. In that case, that would open it to harvest September 1st through the 14th. But you can look at alternatives that are in between those. So basically, we're talking some combination of days between the 1st and the 14th through the rulemaking process you could legally do. Now, regardless of which days you chose or how many days you chose, the size and creel limits would still apply. They would still be subject. So it's a 15-inch minimum size limit, 1 fish per day. So we're really only talking about the number of days and which days that you potentially could have a season. So a possible alternative that we were looking at was a 4-day season. These dates, we've run into some technical issues with the rule, so these dates aren't accurate. I'll explain that in a minute. But it'd be a 4-day season, 15-inch minimum size limit, 1 fish daily creel limit. And the way that this alternative was developed was it was based on calculated if the sector quotas were reallocated. So you making this decision isn't predicated on marine fisheries actually reallocating, but it is based on the fact and the assumption that if marine fisheries did reallocate poundage to the recreational fishery, that there would be animals that there could be fished, could be harvested, would be below the conservation TAC, and that could happen. So that's how we came up with that calculation, and I'll explain. So in 2024, this would be the calculation if they reallocated. So at 70-30, which is where we are right now, the TAC would be 170. The adjusted TAC, based on what I presented earlier, would be just over 43,000. If you had the estimated discards of 47,000, then there is nothing there left for harvest. If they moved it to 60/40 a year early, moving it to 60/40 would mean that the TAC for the recreational fishery would be almost 224,000 pounds. Your adjusted TAC based on the overage, so we're not negating that overage. Based on that overage would be almost 92,000 pounds. Same estimated discard of 47,000 pounds. That leaves you landings or potential harvest of 44,000 pounds. If they were to go ahead and move to the allocation of 50/50, then your total allowable catch would be just over 274,000 pounds. Adjusted TAC would be 146,000 pounds. Again, same estimated dead discard. Then you have 99,000, almost 100,000 pounds that could be allocated or would be for harvest for the recreational fishery. Now, if you look at average harvest from last year, it's about just over 13,000 pounds per day. So based on that, again, these are estimates, but a rough approximation would be that you could allocate I think my recommendation would be a 3 to 4 day season. The 44,000, the 60/40 split would in theory give you just under 4 days. The 50/50 would give you a little more than 4 days, but 4 days would be very conservative in terms of hopefully not exceeding that TAC. Again, that's also based on if that reallocation occurred coastwide. So it wouldn't be just the harvest that occurs in our waters, inland waters, joint waters, hook and line, but that would also be recreational harvest that occurs in joint waters by other gears and also in coastal waters. So we weren't able to split out what could happen in your jurisdiction versus marine fisheries jurisdiction. So that brings us back to where we are for the 2024 season. And again, the bounds are you could adopt the temporary rule that we sent out for public input. That would close the season. You could not adopt that and go with the current permanent rule that would allow a full 15 days, September 1 through September 4th or 14th. Or you could go with some combination of days in between. And right now, what we are recommending is that wrong phone. What we are recommending is 4 days. Be Saturday. Oh, go ahead, Kyle. Sorry.
I think, there was a bit of confusion there, and I apologize for that. That's on me. So I think what we would recommend at this point is to do the 1st and 2nd, so you get the Sunday and the Monday of Labor Day, and then do the 7th and 8th, which is the following Saturday, Sunday, as a split season.
Wait, Dave. Can you back up one slide? Yes, sir. How accurate is 47,291 dead discard?
Well, it's an average of the last 2 years. The last 2 years
came from marine fisheries.
That came from marine fisheries, and basically that's calculated based on a published rate that's been in, or a rate that comes from the literature of what dies when you catch and release. And then they take the marine fisheries information program's estimate for total catch and multiply it by that rate. And that's how you get that.
Well, ask this question of you or anybody else in here that is a recreational flounder fisher. Do you think that's accurate that 1 out of every 6 fish you catch is going to die?
Not flounder.
Not flounder.
So that's the thing is you can't really say that is 1 out of every 6 fish, because that's dead discards. You're comparing that to harvest. The actual catch based on the marine, the MRIP survey is more in the neighborhood of 1.5 million fish. So when you're talking about 1.5 million fish, then you're actually talking about like a 2 or 3% mortality rate.
So it's your recommendation, put the much along, so your recommendation, biologically sound, based on these ratios, that we could safely have a 4-day season, either 5, 6, 7, 8, or the Monday of Labor Day, and following Saturday and Sunday, and we'd be safe with what you're telling us.
We would be within what would be available if the allocation was done.
What they should do. Okay, now I'll take questions. All right, start with Wes.
Well, you know, the whole reason I'm interested in doing this is because it's a public trust resource. It's not to be dedicated for commercial use. The thing I like about the second set of choices is it provides the greatest opportunity to our fishermen to give them those 2 weekends basically, instead of 4 days in a row, when the majority of our folks are gonna have to work with public jobs. So I'm completely in support of us moving forward with that, but I really like the 2 weekend.
We'll call that option 2.
Option 2.
We'll call that option 2. Next question, Frank.
47,000 pounds dead discards, that applies even if the season is closed? Is that as people targeting other species that incidentally catch flounder and they're still gonna lose that many?
Yes, that is the way, that is the perspective there is the MRIP survey is done is for coastal fisheries. And so that MRIP will have an estimate for what flounder were caught. It should have a 0 for what flounder were harvested, but it will have an estimate for what flounder were caught. And then that mortality rate will be applied to whatever's being caught. So we're making a lot of assumptions about what would be caught if there is no season and that type thing, but yes, that's exactly what.
Is there a different ratio for dead discards using commercial gear?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, the commercial dead discards is they do it differently and they do it by gear. And some gears they have estimates, some they don't, some they have good estimates, some they don't. You know, for like gigging, for example, they estimate that anything that would be a discard from gigging is 100% mortality, because you've gigged it from say a pound net. The assumption is there's very little, and then they have a percentage that's associated with gill nets.
So they don't do discards for commercial fishing.
They do calculate it. That's part of it, but it's the way it's calculated. It really depends on the data. Most of the data shows that the fish that they catch are harvestable size. So therefore those fish get harvested and aren't discarded.
Yeah, that's just, I'll just further have you explain as best you can, how do the commercial fishermen calculate the discard? And because I assume that they still have to go by the 15-inch minimum length. Once they catch the flounder, they've got to go through and decide what's 15 inches and what's not, and then discard. Do they have to publish a number then that is what is their discard?
They do not at this point. You know, they report what they take to the fish house to sell.
Then why are we having to if they don't have to have a calculation of a discard, why do we?
So that is calculated. I'm sorry, they don't report it. That is calculated, and it's an estimate, just like that's an estimate. So basically what has happened is the marine fisheries, you know, they've gone out and they've done their own gill net sets, and based on those own gill net sets, they have an estimated mortality. And so then they take that mortality and they are applying it to the amount of gear that is set in the water that amount of gear gives them an estimated, bycatch. For the size mesh that they're fishing for gill nets, they don't catch, they supposedly don't catch a lot of undersized fish. You know, for pound nets, the fish are alive in the pounds typically and can be released alive. You know, gigs is a situation where if you gig an undersized fish, you've killed it. But they make that calculation, and that they have that same calculation for commercial fish.
Have they ever gone over and carried forward that discard to the following year and lowered their quota?
So yes, well, this year may be the year they haven't seen the final numbers yet, but they were very close to their.
5 years, is there a history of them
So,
or any?
so prior to 2022, there wasn't a quota that was managed in this way. There was a total allowable catch. They allowed the fisheries to occur, and then that was compared to total allowable catch. And they had tried to adjust seasons and other stuff to address it. It's only in 2022, based on the fisheries management plan, that they put the quota in place.
I'm thinking that you correct.
Yeah.
Their total allowable catches for the fin fish industry. What they don't count as a discard is what's killed during the shrimping industry.
Excuse
Because
me,
they don't count what's killed during.
now this is just the fish. They're not talking about the bycatch
They
and the
just
shrimp
catch the
trawl
bycatch.
or any of that.
Fin-
Or the crab trawl.
And I'm understanding that the questions I'm asking, I was very clear on that. I was just also wanting to find out, so if they, to the best of your knowledge, in the past, they've not gone over, so to speak, so they've not had to lower their quota because of, and no one knows what their discard is except for them.
So no, that's so for 2022, there is a discard amount. I'm blanking off the top of my head what it is. It is less than that for sure. But they haven't gone over, in part because the way that they report and manage that. So they have to report daily what they go and sell at a fish house. And so as they're monitoring that on a daily basis, Marine Fisheries has the opportunity to see, oh, they're getting close to their quota. And so by proclamation, they will shut down a given fishery. And when they shut that fishery down, they don't go over because they've shut them down. Whereas with the recreational fishery, they don't have that daily monitoring that occurs. And so as a result, they say, we think we can do 2 weeks. They give everybody 2 weeks. Fishermen go out and do what they're supposed to do, you know, what they're told they can do for 2 weeks. Then we get the data back from the Creel survey, from the MRIP survey, and the MRIP says, recreational anglers, you over harvested, so therefore it comes off the next year. So the reason you can't really compare what commercial and recreational has done, because they're kind of measured, they're having to be measured in different ways.
Why are they doing the measuring and doing the surveys instead of us?
Well, because much of the harvest occurs in their waters. And it's a species that you know, they are mandated by the state statute to do fisheries management plans. You know, they generally are doing the work on flounder. Our staff aren't doing the work on flounder. And even though they do occur in our waters, and there is significant harvest that can occur in our waters, the bulk of it occurs in marine fisheries.
Right. So they have really good data on daily landings, but you said their dead discard ratio is based on type of gear and how much of it and for how long it's deployed. Is that as accurate as a ratio applied to the landings, or can we trust fishermen to say how long they really kept that gear in the water and how big their net was?
I mean, that's been part of some of the questions about exactly how that is done over time. You know, the big thing with that is the fact that the gear that they report using the most, you know, is supposed to not catch those undersized fish. And as a result, that's what drives that number as much as
That Brett touched on it. I talk about it every day when I'm talking to people about deer, bear, turkey, whatever it is. The resource comes first. We do a good job managing the resource, then we got plenty of bear, deer, turkeys, and makes everybody happy. So don't want to do anything that jeopardizes the flounder situation. But I want to give our guys, and so is it, if we go to a 6-day season, 3 weekends, is that gonna be a detrimental thing? I mean, as far as we think this can. And is that still gonna allow, based on your presentation last meeting, that's still gonna give the commercial guys 575,000 pounds of catch?
So their allocation would be 275,000 pounds. And if marine fisheries reallocated, yes, well, it wouldn't give them that. Commercial guys would only have 275,000 pounds to harvest. And then on the commercial side, that will leave about 100,000 pounds to harvest.
So the assumption is, if we do this, that marine fisheries is gonna have to reallocate. They don't have to.
Correct. I don't know the assumption is that they have to reallocate. My assumption is that I hope they would, because I think that's the right thing to do, because the original reallocation schedule was set to be done, would have been done by now, and we would already be at 50-50, and this wouldn't be an issue. They postponed that in 2022 by 2 years to push that reallocation back. So I would hope that they would consider reallocation, but you're right, they don't have to, and that's why I said that doesn't direct what y'all can do. What y'all decide is kind of independent of that, but I would hope those two would mesh.
Mr. Chairman, if we were to do the 4 days, with the first one being, since it's Labor Day weekend, is it better to do Saturday, Sunday, or Sunday, Monday? If we were to do 2 days to do this.
We're tied in to start September 1st.
We are.
Because we've already set the rules.
Okay,
So it's got to be.
So it's got to be.
So basically, you got 4 options. You can keep the permanent rule in place, have a 14 days, season from September the 1st to 14th, which is what occurs if you don't do anything else. You can do a temporary rule and close it. Or you got 2 options in front of you that they say, and our staff says biologically, they can live with and it's sound. And answer your question, David, and that is September 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th is option 1, September 1st and 2nd, 7 and 8 is option 2. So those are your 4 options. And I see it in front of you, unless somebody wants to put another one out.
Okay, on this more verify. You think September 1st through the 14th would be detrimental?
If you had a full 15 days worth of harvest, and harvest was at the level that it was last year, you would exceed the quota. You would ultimately exceed the total TAC, which is that conservation.
Okay, we would exceed the federal quota.
Well, it's not a federal quota, but we would exceed the total allowable catch. Us plus commercial would exceed the total allowable catch, which is the conservation value that is needed to sustain the fish.
Okay, so there's an argument to be made that we just go ahead and do what we think needs to be done. We think it needs to be a 14-day season, and it's a 14-day season. We do the math for Marine Fisheries Commission and send it to them, telling them they need to take that into consideration when they set their quota for commercial or recreation, right? We need to do what we need to do, and then they need to do what they need to do. So they don't have exact resource.
Other than we got.
I think
Well, they've already said they can handle 4 days.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm Joel saying the whole season.
I think the whole season, if it's, cause if the resource is distressed to the point where they're not allowing recreational fishing, should be allowing commercial fishing. I'd be okay with closing our season entirely. I'd be okay with leaving it open the entire 14 days. Send them the numbers of how we think it should be impacted. We don't think they need math. And then they can make whatever decision they need to make. That's none of our business, because we don't have any jurisdiction over commercial fishing, right?
We went to pick over inland waters and Cook Line Authority and joint. What issue? So what is somebody, is there a motion somebody wants to make? What other questions we got?
Like I said, but our current permanent rule, if it was left in place, but it's actually was 4, last year it was 4 per day. So if we just
We
like,
want to change that.
that's what I'm saying, but if we just said we were gonna leave it in place, we wouldn't, it would be at 4 a day.
No.
One a day. But last year it was 4 a day.
Yeah, but we've already adopted it as one.
All right, so let me, Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. And I actually don't disagree with Commissioner Stone. I'd love to poke him in the eye as well, but I don't think that's responsible for us to do. So I'd like to make a motion that we go with the second option, where we have open for 4 days. We open I won't remember the date, the first and second, and the 7th and 8th. That I would propose that.
With one fish a day.
With 1 fish per day.
15 minutes, 15 inches.
Is there, with 15, is that, you got a motion on the floor? Got a motion and a second on the floor. Is there discussion on the motion and a second?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Does DMF have to reallocate in order for this to go into effect?
No, sir. You have independent authority in your waters, but, you know.
But that would be for them to do it. But if they did, would we go ahead with your much? Yes.
I think we need to do, this is a drawdown. I mean, this is just 2 big boys on the block getting ready to fight. That's exactly what we're talking.
Brad.
Did Marine Fisheries give some indication that they're open to a reallocation if we open a 4-day season?
No, sir. Actually, they never considered.
Pound sand.
Well, they never considered us in particular, but at their last meeting, it was brought up at their board to consider reallocation. And that would be a fix or a potential solution to allow a recreational harvest. And the chair asked if there was an appetite for that and how many commissioners would be interested in having a called meeting. And there was only 2 commissioners that actually said they would prefer a called meeting. And so therefore that was the day before that was the May 23rd decision. Was at that point they decided they weren't going to reallocate, and by not reallocating, therefore there was not going to be a recreational season, at least in their.
Landon, you got a question?
Yes, thank you. I think it's a good temporary solution, but I mean, on the coast, this is the most inequitable and controversial subject matter that we deal with. And it needs to come to a head, and we need to find a solution here eventually, but I mean, it's temporary, but I mean, it seems like it's getting pretty bad.
Yes, sir.
I'm actually, even though it's in my nature to poke somebody in the eye, that's not really what I'm thinking about. It just seems like we have no responsibility or authority of commercial fishing. Our authority is recreational fishermen in the waters, hook and line. I don't know why we don't make the decision, just keep the season open. They've got the data. They've got to make the decision if they're going to protect the trout or the flounder in the waters they have here.
Okay, Kelly.
And what you said, just then they've got the data. Will we be, I know our fisheries staff is overtaxed, but will we be asking them to be collecting any data, whether it's a 2-week or 4-day season? Can we can we do it?
We're already looking at and planning for a creel survey that would creel all areas where this would happen. So for those, the Roanoke River creel, of course, the Roanoke River creel is the Roanoke River. This is a much bigger area than that. So we would do that. I think they've identified over 90 some boat ramps that would be part of that. So we would have a subset of those 90, and we do morning and afternoon creels, very similar to what we would do elsewhere, and then get an effort estimate probably through trailer counts.
Richard, you said the vast majority of the harvest occurs in their waters and less so in the joint and the waters. Of the 200,000 harvest in 2023? Do we know how much was in waters that we had jurisdiction over? And did you use that calculation for our 4-day season?
Did not, and we really don't have that. I say that it mainly occurs in their waters, simply because they're found in their waters more often than our waters. It really depends on the weather conditions in the given year and, you know, whether we've had rain or not, salinity levels as to exactly where the fish stack up and where folks are catching them. And we really don't have a good measure for that. And MRIP, even though it covers some areas that overlap with us, it doesn't separate that out. So that's why I said, when I said we made that calculation based on if they reallocated, it would cover the entire coast, including what would happen in their waters. And that's why we think that 4 days conservative, because it would include their water.
Do we have an issue with enforcement?
Not yet.
Right, but I mean, would theirs try to say that?
And answer that question. And we had very few issues last time. There was any issue of somebody issuing citations on or warnings on our boat ramp that conflicted with our codified rule. And that was just one small issue. Could this potentially be a problem? Yes, it could. No,
We're good with it.
Well, we're good with that, and we're not gonna resolve constitutionality issues in force, I'll tell you that, though. And we'll provide the information to the anglers that we need to provide information to. And I have a pretty good relationship with the colonel and the major with marine fisheries. So I think we can probably come to some amicable or even common sense solution if it gets that.
Any more questions, comment, or debate on the motion on the floor? Does everybody understand the motion on the floor? That is to change our temporary rules that we went out to public notice and to comment on to open the flounder season September the first and second, and seventh and the eighth. 1 fish a day, 15-inch. Does everybody understand that clearly? All those in favor?
This would be either kicking or
Just hook and line.
No, sir, just hook and line.
you cannot kick. No.
Under our jurisdiction, it's a game fish, and game fish cannot be caught other than hook and line.
All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Be on the agenda to be adopted on. Thank you very much. Last item on the agenda, you have before you a commissioner orientation. Everybody got one of these if you're there? See those? Okay. In the front leaf of it, there is a place for you to sign. You've read the code of conduct. This is an excellent document. Our staff, Margot, Kylie, Fairley, and her staff have done a great job. When I read it last night and reviewed it last night, I was surprised at how many changes have occurred since we did this last. This is completely updated. I know commissioners, y'all get asked to speak sometimes to get questions. This book is slap full of all information that you can use and draw on. This is what Commissioner Secret ordered us to do years ago. So you've got a resource there. But most importantly, you got a commission handbook in the back. And what you're signing is a statement that you acknowledge that you have read, understand, and agree to abide by the code of conduct. It's found on page 7 and 8 and 9, 7, 8, 9 of this document. One thing I want to point out in this, and I want to read it out loud. So there's this, and we did this last time we adopted this, with prohibition against harassment. The North Carolina Wildlife Resources strive to maintain a work atmosphere that is free from illegal discrimination and harassment. While all forms of harassment are prohibited, it is in North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission policy to emphasize that sexual harassment is specifically prohibited. Any commissioner who engages in discriminatory, harassing conduct towards another individual is subject to removal from the commission. Complaints alleging misconduct on the part of the commission will be investigated promptly and as confidentially as possible. All allegations of misconduct will be investigated by the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission Human Relations Director or a third party under the direction of the executive director. So are there any questions or comments about how an investigation will occur in the event we have a complaint against the commission? We went over this detail, and I think whether it would depend on what the level of the charges or of the complaint, about which way we would go, either do it internally or bring somebody else in. Is everybody clear about it? Because nobody would be investigated or without being told. Obviously, part of that process was told what allegations are, opportunity to respond, and then decisions are made at that point. Are there any questions about it?
I have a question. The commission can't remove it from office, Speaker of the House can remove it.
I didn't say you could. I said it's subject to removal.
I don't think I'm subject to removal by the commission. I am the.
That's fine, John, but it says subject to removal from the commission, which means we would do an investigation and report that to your point of authority. They would make a decision at that point.
Yeah, that I agree.
That's the way it would work.
Yeah, that I agree.
Yeah, we wouldn't just do an investigation after you quit. We none of us have the authority to do.
Yeah.
John, we know you wouldn't dare do anything.
But that's the
But that's
intent.
not, yeah, but that's not what it says. I agree with exactly what you said.
Well, wait a minute, did Commissioner Stone kind of harass Commissioner Fondle today about the fact that the size has been big?
That's the standard.
Well, I think subject to removal from the commission is by the existing, and we all know the only people who can remove any member of this commission is your appointing authority. I think that's clearly understood. I mean, in my mind, it is.
When we had that.
You're acknowledging you got the book and read it. It ain't acknowledging you agree.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Well, any further comments or questions?
I'll think about it. Gotta go.
Also, in the back of that is Executive Order 34 and Executive Order 35. 75, Executive Order 34 was issued by Governor Perdue, and it mainly addressed ethics and attendance. Executive Order 75, which is substantial clarification of duties and responsibilities. The contained from the statute was done under Governor Martin. All the executive orders remain in place until they're rescinded. So I would encourage you also to read those here. That's a good refresher.
Where's the code of conduct?
On page 7, 8, and 9. And the executive orders are in the back. Are there any further business to conduct at this time? Hearing none, the committee of the whole is adjourned. We have one more committee meeting, and that's the executive committee. Everybody will be going into closed session. That's housekeeping. We've got dinner reservations tonight at 42nd Street, Horton tomorrow. We'll meet at the hotel about 6 and go over the 42nd. At this time, I'll call the executive committee meeting to order. Ask Margo to do a roll call.
Do a roll call of our executive committee. Committee Chair, Monty Crump.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair, Mark Craig.
Here.
Committee Member David Hoyle.
Here.
Committee Member John Coley.
Here.
Committee Member Wes Seegers.
Here.
Committee Member Tom Berry.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. I should have said that at the beginning with, but let's get that in there. We've done a roll call. And this time I'll call for a motion to go into closed session in the North Carolina General Statute 143-318. Point 11 under A3 for attorney-client privilege to discuss litigation, and under A6, same statute to nail. So we've got a motion in a second to go into closed session. We will now be in closed session. At this time, I entertain a motion to come out of closed session. So moved. Second. Got a motion in a second for the executive committee to come out of closed session after a brief discussion on legal issues, personnel matters. Are there any further business of the executive committee to conduct at the time? Here, none, meeting adjourned.
Be quick on that one, isn't it?